Hello, everybody. Welcome to a live stream with me, Will, at the Myth Traveler, the Haunted Sponge, if you want a big throwback to an old name I used to use. I'm going to be playing some Hunt-A-Killer today. Wow. Wow. And thank you all so much, anybody who may be joining me. I'm going to give two different forms of introduction to myself and to this stream, because this is... I've been threatening it for a long time. I've been wanting to do it for a long time, and it's been years and years since I have done something like this. A million years ago, I used to play these games on streams. There's a company called Hunt-A-Killer. They do these very immersive, very cool stories in a box. They are games, but to me, they are serialized stories where you are trying to solve a mystery. And the way that they first began a million years ago was that you would have a pen pal, a guy named John William James was this character, and he was incarcerated, or he was in a mental health facility, and he was basically like a Hannibal Lecter figure. And he would be sending you letters that were loaded with doublespeak, and they were teasing you, and you'd have to notice that all the O's were replaced with zeros, all the I's were replaced with ones, and if you put all the zeros and ones together, that was binary, and if you translated the binary, you'd find the secret message in his letter, and it was very trippy, and there were murder mysteries. And so I would play those games online, and came into contact with the company, who eventually hired me to make audio dramas for them. That was when I made my first show, Blackwood, Blackwood was very Blair Witch inspired, because I'm a very diehard Blair Witch fan. And then the audio dramas started to dry up. I got to go to the Tribeca Film Festival. That was a very cool accomplishment with our second show, Earthbreak. And then Hunt-A-Killer made contact with Lionsgate to do a licensed Blair Witch game. And as a diehard Blair Witch fan, they placed me on the project. And lo and behold, I got to write a story with other wonderful creators and artists that is set firmly in the Blair Witch canon. And by firmly, I mean shakily. So I'm going to be playing that game, which admittedly I have not looked at very closely since we made it about 5 years ago, I think. It turns out that Hunt-A-Killer, there's this an online portion to many of these games. They are going to be retiring some of those online portions at the end of this year. And I am, if nothing else, terrified of losing things that I have worked on. I'm big in like preserving stories, preserving especially my own work, but also in particular Blair Witch in general. I have tried to archive many of the books and games that exist in the Blair Witch franchise that most people are not even aware of. And so to me, I feel like I've got this ticking clock over my head to try to archive this thing before it risks ceasing to exist. And I don't want that. So we're going to see how far I can get. I do not know if I'm going to make it. I do not know if I'm going to be able to handle all 12 episodes of this thing that we produced. There are 2 seasons of a Blair Witch story, and I'm going to see how far I can get. And so this is a major throwback to the old days where I would solve Hunt-A-Killer recreationally, and then did it professionally, and now I'm back to doing it recreationally again, because they fired me and sort of don't exist the way they did when I was there. That's the preamble. Thank you for joining me, and welcome. Since this is a live stream, of course, hello Be Nice, hello Anastasia, Billy Beer, Michelle, Judah, AJ Dub. What's going on, everybody? Been a long time. I don't know if it is snowing in my part of New Jersey. I cannot see the outdoors. I can see a snippet of outdoors. I don't think I see any snow. There's another YouTuber going through the Empty Faces. Oh, that's very cool. Empty Faces was essentially the other horror experience that Hunt-A-Killer put together. And man, oh man, did I love Empty Faces. Some of, not all of, the people that worked on the Empty Faces story and boxes worked on the Blair Witch stuff with me as well. Snowing here by AC. Just thought I'd ask. Yeah, no, listen, I'm excited for some snow. I'm ready for winter. Sure, let's do it. But I think without any further ado, I'm somebody who loves some ado. But I think that I've got to attempt to do this thing because, again, I sense this guillotine coming. That's gonna chop this game apart on December 31st at midnight. So, Blair Witch, Hunt a Killer. Wow, we're back. I will also say I've got a tremendous, I think I have at this point every single box that Hunt a Killer originally produced before they went to their sort of more retail model now. Their boxes are in, like Target and stuff. And I sort of stopped there. Well, really, I stopped when I stopped working for the company, obviously. But to me, the thing that was the most charming about Hunt a Killer was the serialized stories. I really viewed those as being kind of remarkable and unique. They do play as if you got, a chapter of a book every month. And that just sort of has ceased to be. I think it got a little long in the tooth, admittedly. I'm also on this stream or these streams or whatever I end up doing. I'm very comfortable with the notion that I can give a little bit of how the sausage is made kind of conversations about Hunt a Killer and about these games in particular. I don't know everything. I will not pretend that I am responsible for every brilliant choice in these boxes. I'll take credit when I can, and I'll try to give credit when I know how to give the appropriate credit, but my memory is bad. And so this may be like watching somebody who's never seen these before go through these. Who knows? So here we go. Episode 1 is right here next to me. I have got, in classic Hunt a Killer fashion, the inventory card, the recaps page. Wow. I didn't do any prep before this, really. So I'm trying to battle all this nostalgia that I'm suddenly feeling. This is the page where they would put all the solutions to things. So if we get stymied, we go right there. Amusingly, let me see here. Dedicated space. Oh, this is sort of introducing you to what Hunt a Killer is, this card. That's fine. Amusingly, if I'm not incorrect, and I could be, let me see something real quick, because I noticed this a while ago when I was trying to get answers. Let's about games, how to play. Is there an about page on the Hunt a Killer website anymore? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe that's gone. Yeah, look at this stuff here. I'm going to there we go. Oh, wait a minute. It needs to be this one. Okay. These are some of the many, many Blair Witch games that exist. Season recaps. We'll open the Blair Witch ones here. And then here are some of their original stories. This was sort of the John William James, their Hannibal Lecter guy, who I really loved. There was a time where I was developing an audio drama set around this character that I was a very big fan of, but never came to be, obviously. And then I even worked on some of these up here. What did I do up here? I did all the audio stuff for Camp Calamity. That's kind of neat. I saw that in Barnes & Noble not too long ago, which is kind of neat. I think I was gone around here, around this Whodunit. I remember people working on that while I was there. And then, yeah, anything up here, I was gone for. I haven't said this publicly, but I'll go ahead and say it. They have a new-ish game with Sam and Colby, who I have to admit I'm not overly familiar with. They're popular YouTubers, these guys right here. Super-duper popular YouTubers that go to, paranormal places and whatever. I had a call with them to develop a game like this for them. And it obviously did not go anywhere. And then they ended up doing a Hunt a Killer box, which was very, very funny to me. All right, let's see. You play tested the rodeo one? That's fun. Did you like it? I still think, I've sometimes joked, sometimes not been joking. I've criticized Hunt a Killer on the Guide to the Unknown podcast. Listen, everybody that I had issues with, 99% of them don't even work for the company anymore. And it was boring. It was all the bosses, the VPs, all that junk. Those were the people I had issues with. All of the creatives, the artists, the writers, the game designers are wonderful people who deserve to be celebrated and supported. And one of them is right here, TT Madden. Hello. TT Madden, who was the showrunner on season 2 of the Blair Witch games, who was one of the writers with me on season 1, which we're going to be taking a look at. Yeah, I mean, TT, feel free. Am I correct in saying that, like, I feel like the Hunt a Killer that exists today, I assume, is massively different. They were bought by a company called Relatable Games, who are best known for What Do You Meme? Like card games. Relatable Games was also very kind to me, I want to say. They gave me back the rights to Blackwood, my audio drama, for free. And they have one condition, which is just that I put ads for Relatable Games in the show if I relaunch it or make more stuff like that. So, as far as I'm concerned, the Hunt a Killer that I knew, the one that I had problems with, is long gone. And the Hunt a Killer that presently exists, I think there's one dude that I think is kind of shifty, but whatever. All good. And the creatives are amazing. Yeah, TT agrees. Loved all the creatives. It was the bosses. It was a tale as old as time. Listen, it was a company that was, I think, very novel, very creative. I loved this serialized storytelling in a box that you have to interact with. Growing up on mysteries and Sherlock Holmes stories and games where you have to solve murders and stuff, I just thought it was very, very creative. But the company grew super fast. They were on like the Forbes, I don't even give a shit anymore. I don't remember these things, but it was like the Forbes like top dog, biggest honchos of the year award list. And they were very proud of that. Rightfully so. And then they just started hiring vice presidents. One of the final things that I did at the company was I started to try an initiative to have the vice presidents introduce themselves to the creatives. I was like, here's what we've got to do. I don't know who works at this company anymore. And when I was hired, it was, 15 people at the company at all. And the CEO offered me the job while standing in the office, shoeless, or in flip-flops maybe, holding an open bottle of wine that he was just sipping out of. And I was like, oh, that's gotten weird. Who are all these anonymous bosses? So I was like, I'd like to know who they are too. So how about the anonymous bosses can introduce themselves to people? And that lasted for maybe like one or two things. And all these people were so not passionate about the product, clearly didn't know what the games were. That petered out. We had a super like aggro boss who was like put in charge of all of our stuff and was very personally insulting to me. Like the first conversation I ever had with him, he said, well, Blackwood didn't sound very good. I was like, okay. I mean, you guys hired an Oscar-winning sound studio. All right, you can have issues, but fine, okay. And then I went, well, that's why on Earthbreak, which was our next audio drama, I was like, I personally had this fun idea of like, what if we record the show like a movie? So we had rented a cabin an hour north of LA and like literally had Jenny Slate the star running around with a backpack and, literally cutting the rope of somebody when she finds a dead body in a house. And he's like, yeah, that sounds great, but you spent too much on it. I'm like, well, I didn't spend too much on it. Someone made a determined, and then I went, then I made another audio drama that cost like $3 because I knew that everyone was starting to turn, against this audio drama endeavor. And then he goes, well, it's not very good. I was like, okay, all right. Do you have anything positive to say about anything that any of us have made? And then at some point he, and I wish I'd stood up more at the time, Kristen used to do the streams with me too, and I was big on like Kristen should be part of this. She should be brought into the fold. And he goes, "We can't keep having you and your sister because that's getting kind of weird." And I was like, "I don't know what you mean by that, but you're wrong." And like the continued existence, and admittedly indie culty popularity of Guide to the Unknown is proof that you're wrong. But why are you being an asshole to me? And then he continued that way forever until I literally, and I'm not proud of this either, but we would have these calls every week, and every week I would just be like, "What are you talking about? You're taking advantage of everybody. You're being rude." I remember at one point I said to this boss, I was like, "You're making people feel like crap." And he goes, "Not my problem." And I felt my brain break, and I went, "I disagree." And I started like ripping into him about why it's important that the people that work for you, your employees that you're the boss of, it is your problem that you make them feel bad. I'm telling you, the last like 2 years of my existence at Hunt a Killer, I was perpetually sure that I was about to be fired. So I mostly spent that time trying to explain to the bosses why they were assholes, which probably advanced my firing. But here's I swear I'm going to move on from this, but I haven't talked about this stuff in a while, and I do feel passionately about it. I'm of the mindset that if you love something and you see it being misunderstood and kind of like they were destroying their own value of their wonderful stories and destroying the goodwill of all these really creative people who, to me, in my eye, were like often younger people than me. Or, listen, I'm a big, loud white guy. I was very comfortable taking the potential hits by calling the management a bunch of assholes to their faces. That felt like a risk that I could take. And it was, if you feel that way, if you feel passionately about something and you see it going sideways, I don't think it's wrong to point out that everyone's about to crash this plane into the ground. And so that's how I spent my time. And it meant that I didn't get much produced for those last couple of years, but I was trying to fix the culture from the inside. And it was an uphill battle. I've thought about making a documentary called How to Ruin a Good Thing. Everything was fine. Everything was great. We were making great stuff, and they just dismantled the culture bit by bit. So, anyway, the companies eventually, they start laying people off because they are too top-heavy. They're paying anonymous people who don't know what the company is too much. And they start laying off creatives. Eventually, I was caught in one of those rounds. And then, lo and behold, the company is sold. The CEO has just moved on to some other thing. I don't know. He can wear his flip-flops and chug his bottle of wine somewhere else and call himself, a brilliant businessman. And it just is not what it was. So it seems fine for what it is. Love the creatives. But this is part of the death of the Hunt a Killer that I knew, that I loved, is taking all the online portions of some of these early games offline. And I do not like it when my work is at risk of disappearing. That is by and large why I fought to get Blackwood back and successfully did. I got The Long Hallway back. I have unproduced scripts of mine that I'm very proud of that I would like to produce at some point. Mostly, I don't like my work to go away. And so I'm proud of these games. I'm sure they're not perfect. It's time to solve them. Preamble done. Thank you for joining me, everybody. I greatly appreciate it. Classic YouTuber stuff. If you are interested in doing so, please consider subscribing or hitting the like button or sharing this video. From here on out, I plan to talk about the Blair Witch. Here we go. So, episode 1, season 1. We produced 2 seasons, 6 episodes apiece. You can see that this envelope, which was in the box, is sealed. Don't worry, as an obsessive archivist, I also have perfectly and will remain sealed box sets of both seasons of the game over there sitting in cases. Because otherwise, this would be sacrilege. Here we go. Oh, you hear that? Tearing into a freshie. Ripping into a fresh game. What's better than ripping into a fresh mystery? And let's see what we are greeted with. Some of this I obviously know. Some of this, it has been a very long time. And many people out there, I would say the vast majority of people watching this may have never seen this before. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The clues of episode 1. And I think, yeah, some little things. All right. This still works. Okay. A pen marked with the Untold Tales logo. This would be an in-universe magazine / was it ever intended to be a show? Kind of like Unsolved Mysteries, telling the story of folklore and stuff. This will end up being an important clue. We've got another just sort of like gift for buying the game. This is a necklace with a tooth on the end of it. Is that reading? There we go. We have got, this book is the property of Liam Kent, a journal with this wonderful cross-section of a log, this wood cutting. And you can look through it and see the writings of a kid called Liam Kent. And I'm curious if some of the secrets in there have held up while they've been sealed in that box for as long as they have. But the true start of any classic hunt-a-killer mystery is the contact letter. So I'm going to read this now. Hello. It's been weeks since I felt any sliver of hope, and frankly, I was starting to lose my mind a little before I found you. 4 months ago, my 15-year-old son Liam went missing. I'm not going to tell you that I've got a sixth sense or a gut feeling or a mother's intuition. I don't buy into all of that, but I do believe he's out there and that he needs me. He needs us. Liam was always a sensitive kid, but he was devastated when his father passed away 4 years ago. He's been in a vulnerable place ever since. The sheriff told me that this sounds like a typical teenage runaway, but that can't be the case. I know Liam, and he cares too much about me and his younger brother Tristan to put us through this. He loves our dog, Tank. He loves our home. It took the Burkittsville Sheriff's Office less than a month to write Liam off as a lost cause, and it took the rest of the town even less time to blame his disappearance on our ridiculous local superstition. Let me explain what I mean by that. This area is small and isolated, and the only thing that's ever made us worthy of any note is a long history of deaths and disappearances that stretches back to the 18th century town of Blair. So much genuine evil in the world, and some people choose to believe in boogeymen. Since the people here have decided that they're interested in fables over facts, I have to rely on you to get to the truth. I'm sending you a few documents from the official investigation into Liam's disappearance, whatever help they may be, as well as a few things that may help you understand both Liam and this town a little better. I'm also sending everything I found laid out on Liam's desk the day he went missing. A magazine spread, his journal, and a pen that was placed inside of it. Additionally, I'll be passing on something that has made me fear the worst despite myself. It's a bracelet that was given to Liam by his father. He never takes it off. We've got a vague idea of Liam's movements the day he went missing, but his trail goes cold in the early afternoon. Even though a few people saw him wandering around town, none of them knew exactly where he was going. I need you to find out where my son was going on the day of his disappearance. Finding that place is our best shot at discovering evidence that nobody else has looked over yet. As soon as you've figured it out, contact me at kentcase.com. It's a personal site that I set up to keep tabs on Liam's case. The password is Burkittsville8. You should see a link to my tip line. Just type in the name of the place Liam was headed there. I'll be sure to respond as soon as possible. Eagerly anticipating your findings, Rosemary Kent. And so that is the introduction to the mystery. And you get, I think I wrote this. Again, I'm going to try to take credit where it makes sense and give credit where it makes sense. The first season was, the showrunner was Eleanor Haney, I believe. Or was it Abigail TT? I think Abigail was writing with us and Eleanor was the showrunner. I think in season 1, I wrote all of the contact letters. So I think if it's writing from Rosemary, it's me. And yeah, it was Eleanor, right? And I think if what else did I do in season 1? I did the media, except for a handful of things which were handled by Melissa LaMartina and Chris LaMartina of the wonderful WNUF movies, and we'll probably see some of that as well. Okay, so here we go. Let's move on. Let's focus on documents. We've got the Burkittsville Sheriff's Office. I love this. I love seeing official documentation from in a universe. The Blair Witch dossiers had done this. We just did Twin Peaks on Guide to the Unknown, where we've talked about their dossier novels that have these sort of like official looking documents from inside a fictional universe. I could not love that more. At 2:30 p.m. on Tuesday, Sheriff Wes Lanning addressed the township regarding the case of a missing local teenager. The full transcript is provided below. Sheriff Lanning. Good afternoon, everybody. As you all know, a 15-year-old boy named Liam Kent was reported missing by his mother 3 days ago. At this time, we are unable to confirm his last known whereabouts, but we have no reason to assume a crime has been committed. The press says, this is Aubrey Bird with the Burkittsville Town Bugle. Sheriff Lanning, what do you say to the rumors that... And then there's some crosstalk, some chit-chat, and Sheriff Lanning interrupts. Please, if there's time, I will take questions at the end of my statement. Search parties to locate Liam Kent have been mobilized, and we have already recovered one of the boy's personal effects, which was found by a civilian on the northern sidewalk of Main Street. We're taking that as a very positive sign. If you have any information that would be of interest to our investigation, please come forward. I must urge you, however, not to use this opportunity to contribute to the spread of dangerous rumors and hearsay. I will now take questions. Miss Bird, the press. Some people are wondering if the case is being considered in relation to many of the previous disappearances that have historically been attributed to, and then there's some chit-chat, crosstalk again, arguments. Sheriff Lanning, you're correct in pointing out that Burkittsville as a community has endured its fair share of incidents like this, and so I say this with full knowledge of what you must be thinking, even if you have the good sense not to say it out loud. It is of the utmost importance that we keep ourselves calm, collected, and above all else, logical. I will not entertain any suggestions involving outdated superstitions, especially when the case in front of us appears to be perfectly cut and dry already. Do not contact my office to provide details that might distract from a matter at hand. If we are able to keep our heads level, I'm confident that we will be able to locate Liam Kent and return him home. Thank you. And then the press again. Sheriff, if I may, the former Sheriff Lanning, that is to say, your uncle. Okay. That's funny. This is referencing... So, Lionsgate was very specific with us that we were not able to reference Heather, Mike, and Josh from the Blair Witch Project. That is a storied issue. We've talked about it ad nauseum on Guide to the Unknown. Scaryfun.fun/Blair Witch. But the point being that we were limited by what lore we could reference. They specifically did want us to utilize the PlayStation 4 game, which had come out a couple of years prior, and similarly did not touch on the original story. So there's a Sheriff Lanning in that game who does not live. So here, it's a continuity check that we do have a Sheriff Lanning, but he's related to the previous Sheriff Lanning. Kind of like how there are two Sheriff Trumans in Twin Peaks Season 3. That's kind of fun. All right, but that's a continuity check there. I'm not quite sure how to phrase this. The former Sheriff Lanning led several high-profile searches in the 90s. How similar do you think that the search for Liam Kent will be to that investigation? Considering that... And then the sheriff interrupts again. Thank you, that's all the time I have. Please address my office with any further questions. So he ain't hearing it. This Sheriff Lanning is not entertaining it in the least. Let's stick with... this is fun. A little newspaper clipping. On the back, an ad for the Silver Moon Diner, which is where Rosemary Kent works, and we will see some of this in later points of the game. Burkittsville Town Bugle. Burkittsville loses a friend. Local killed in forest accident by Aubrey Bird, who was just in that. Hudson William Kent, a carpenter and family man favorably known as HUD, died after an accidental tree fall Thursday. Kent was cutting timber in the Black Hills Forest with his 11-year-old son Liam when a tree began to fall at an unexpected angle, according to Rosemary Kent, his wife. Kent fell into the path of the collapsing tree as he pushed his son out of harm's way, according to Sheriff Lanning, who took Liam Kent's statement on the scene. This incident was as tragic as it was gruesome, Lanning said in a statement. We are heartbroken. The news of HUD's sudden and untimely passing has shaken us to our very foundation. Our love goes out to his wife and their young children, Liam and Tristan. Following in his father's footsteps, Kent became a logger and a carpenter soon after graduating South Woodland Academy at the age of 18. Kent's craftsmanship can be admired in nearly every home and municipal structure in town. Kent was known among those close to him as a skilled craftsman with a razor-sharp wit and abiding love for his family. He loved making me little pendants and bracelets and writing me notes just to remind me how much he cared, Rosemary Kent said in an interview. He'd been doing that ever since I asked him out in junior year of high school. A funeral service is scheduled for 1 p.m. Sunday at St. Diamas Church on Main Street. Father Calvin Hobart will officiate. Flowers, donations, and condolences may be offered to the Kent family at the Silver Moon Diner during a reception to be held immediately after the service. No viewing has been scheduled. Silver Moon Diner, be sure to ask about our damn fine coffee. I think that feels like you. Like that overt Twin Peaks reference. That feels like you. Tell me if I'm wrong. There's also a Twin Peaks reference in the Blair Witch Volume 1 video game from the year 2000. Hey, Maggie. Yep. Oh, and hey, Brittany. Sorry, I missed that. Serving every delight morning and night. If you are looking to eat well without eating up your budget, come on over to the Silver Moon. Love it. Yeah, that was definitely you, TT. Incident report, South Woodland Academy, Main Street, Burkittsville. Seems that Liam has gotten in a little bit of trouble. Spot of trouble, everybody. Here we go. Name, Liam Kent. Case code, 99991. I'm going to stop that. Andrea Tan, the counselor, typed this up. Earlier today, Liam entered into a physical altercation with another student in his grade in the hallway outside my office. This incident occurred during the interval between second and third periods at approximately 11:10 a.m., while I did not witness the beginning of this altercation, I did witness the aftermath of a punch Liam threw, which knocked his classmate to the ground. After I broke up the fight and asked the teacher to escort the other students to the nurse's office, I took Liam into my own office to discuss what had just occurred. To quote Liam, "I don't know why I hit him. He was just standing there, looking at his phone, and he started laughing at something. Before I even knew what I was doing, my arm just moved on its own. I pushed him, then he pushed me back, so I hit him, and he fell. He looked like such an idiot with his blood coming out of his nose. Then you came in and stopped me from whatever I was going to do next. And now we're here." So, Liam's a troubled kid, and he lost control. I don't know why. Here we go. Per Liam's behavioral records, he has been actively alienating himself from children his age, whom he used to consider friends since his father died, and he has not made much of an effort to foster new friendships. Liam prefers to spend his time alone, staring off in the direction of the tree line or drawing. Liam, while quite a talented artist, has been fixated on his father's death and his personal drawings. The few pieces of his art I have observed have contained various versions of the same scenario. An unidentified person, who I can only assume to be Hudson, underneath a large tree. When Liam is present at school, he displays a markedly maladjusted attitude. On the occasions he does turn his work in, it is sloppy and half-completed, often devolving into doodles and drawings. Liam struggles socially, limiting his interactions with the other students to the bare minimum of what is required for group activities. Even when he does engage, he struggles to interact on both micro and macro levels, whether it be the completion of a large-scale task or simply listening to instructions. On the rare occasions I have been able to get Liam to open up, he has confessed a bit more about his personal coping strategies, namely that being around Hudson's work makes him feel close to his father. He tells me he often spends his time outside of school in a building originally built in the 1920s, which his father renovated shortly before his death, although he will not disclose the specific location of this place, which is important because Rosemary in her letter had asked us to figure out where Liam may have been heading. So this episode is all about figuring out a location, which is hinted at here. It was an older building. His father had worked on it. However, I feel as though this closeness has done little to improve Liam's mental state. All of his problematic behaviors have significantly increased in frequency and severity in recent weeks. Liam's actions have become increasingly worrisome both inside and outside of social contexts. While this is the first time that Liam has acted violently toward another student, his lack of apparent guilt makes me worry that it will not be the last. Plan of action. I will be increasing the frequency of my and Liam's one-on-one meetings from bi-monthly to weekly. I will also be in more frequent communication with Liam's mother regarding her son's progress. Additionally, I've provided Liam with a journal and asked him to try to write out his feelings in a concrete way, rather than revisiting the moment of his father's death. I suggested that he try to frame these entries as letters to Hudson himself, although Liam reacted to this statement with extreme negativity. I will be filing copies of this and all future reports with the principal's office in order to best monitor the situation. There you go. Interesting. I do like, in reflecting on this a little bit, as limited as we were to be able to reference the historical Blair Witch lore, aside from a handful of things, I think we made the right calls. I think it was a good choice to narrow our view to focusing on a particular circumstance and a psychological profile of a person who, Liam Kent, is a troubled kid who had gone through a lot of loss, but in conjunction with the paranormal stuff in the woods, may have put himself at great risk, right? I think that's what we are to gather at this point, that Liam's disappearance may have something to do with him trying to use or being manipulated by the woods because of his lack of resolution over his father's untimely death. That to me is a totally sensible story to begin, given that we had no ability to reference the existing Heather, Mike, and Josh story. All right. Moving on to the next one. I also hope that people are enjoying this. I have no intention of pivoting, but at this point I realize that I'm almost just like narrating this episode or this game. And this, oh boy, this is going to be a lengthy one. Here we go. Witness interview concerning the disappearance of Liam Kent. All interviews conducted and transcribed from audio by Sheriff Wes Lanning, Burkittsville Sheriff's Office. This is an interview between Sheriff Lanning and Rosemary Kent, the mother of Liam Kent. And it is in the style of a transcript, which is from the Burkittsville Sheriff's Office. Here we go. Rosemary, I can't believe this is happening. I'm sorry. I know that I said I was ready, but how could anyone ever be ready to do something like this? We can try this again later if you'd like, Mrs. Kent. No, it's fine. I'm fine. Let's just get this over with. I went to work before Liam and Tristan woke up. Shelley called me real early, said she was sick, and asked if I could cover her morning shift. That's Shelley Frost, which feels also very T.T. Madden. That would be a combination of Shelley from Twin Peaks, and Frost would be Mark Frost from Twin Peaks. T.T., if you're still here, try and tell me I'm wrong. Allison says, I've wanted to know more about this game, so this is fun to listen to while I'm working on other things. Yeah, I'm reading you guys' stories, Maggie. That's right. That's exactly right. That's what I'm doing. And then I'm going to try to solve it, and we'll do the online stuff, which is the most centrally important thing to me, personally. Everyone at the Silver Moon is really good at that. I get the feeling that they all call me before anyone else, ever since HUD. But I remember I woke up, left a note, and went to work. Yeah, it sounds like you, TT. What was on the note? Just telling the boys that I went to work, when I'd be back, to heat up some leftovers for dinner. I always put it on a sticky note right in the middle of the television. That way I know they'll see it. Tell me what happened next. I saw Liam in the afternoon. I don't remember exactly when. It was during the lunch rush, which is usually between 12:30 and 2. I asked him where Tristan was, and he said at home. Hank, our line cook, Hank. This is you, TT. Told me I was being paranoid. That Tristan was getting... What was Tristan getting? Tristan was getting old enough to be on his own. Hank's kind of old-fashioned, rub some dirt in it kind of guy. Either way, he made up 2 sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly for Tristan, and tuna for Liam. Liam took them home for Tristan for lunch. Or I guess I thought he did. When I got home a little after 9, he wasn't there. All Tristan had eaten all day was a bowl of cereal and an orange. I looked everywhere for Liam, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I looked everywhere in the house, all over the town, and then I had to call you. I couldn't think of what else to do. Do you happen to remember what Liam was wearing when you saw him at the Silver Moon? Let me think. He was in a black shirt for sure. Most of his clothes are black, and a large denim jacket and a beanie. I remember that he was carrying his backpack, which was a little strange because it wasn't a school day. I still can't really believe that any of this is happening. I feel numb all over. You'll find him, won't you, Wes? I'll do everything in my power to, Rosemary. And that was the end of that particular conversation. This is an interview with Tristan Kent. Also present in the interview is the interviewee's mother, Rosemary, as he is a minor. Okay, Tristan, just take your time and tell me everything you remember about the last day you saw your brother. Tell me about the whole day, even if you think something may not be important. You never know what can be useful. Yesterday, Liam got up later than he normally does. I'm usually up before him, and Mom tells me I always have to be quiet because Liam's sleeping. So I usually take Tank, that's our dog, and play outside. But yesterday, Mom had to go to work early, so she left us a note like she always does when she leaves. So, what is it, Tristan? So, I did something, but I know I'm going to get in trouble for it. Then Rosemary interjects, There's nothing you can get in trouble for, sweetheart. Just tell Sheriff Lanning everything you know. All right. Well, since nobody was there, I watched a Supernatural marathon on TV. That's fun. Supernatural is the in-universe believer and skeptic show / podcast, which will come into play massively. Rosemary. Oh, Jesus. Tristan, that's okay, honey. Tristan again. My mom says it's a scary show because it's about ghosts and monsters. I'm not supposed to watch it, but I think the guys that host it are funny. I watched it really quiet so I wouldn't wake Liam up. After an episode was over, I asked Liam if he wanted to do something, and he was like, No way, skunk. That's what he calls me sometimes, is skunk. He thinks I don't like that, which is why he does it, but I do like it. The sheriff. What happened next, Tristan? So he said, No way, skunk, and said he was going to do some stuff. He likes to be alone a lot. But I know he was going to bring back lunch, which is what he usually does when he goes on long walks like that, so I watched some more Supernatural and waited for him to come back. But he didn't come home after that. I had an orange for lunch. Where do you think he went? And that's the end of Tristan's interview. Next interview, Father Calvin Hobart. Go ahead, Father. Am I doing voices or are we just chilling? Should I do some stupid voice? Yes, I do remember seeing Liam on that day. I was out back behind the church tending to the cemetery, which makes sense for a church, but also in my head is the layout of, well, two things. For one thing, the real life Burkittsville is basically one short street. There is a church. There is a big cemetery behind it, which you can see in the Blair Witch film. This, for whatever reason, I am picturing more as the street in the 2000 game, which is a teeny cemetery behind the church. No one cares. I'm sorry. I have like this multiverse of Blair Witch stuff in my head. It's all the same place, but it's different depictions of the place. You understand. Or you don't. Either way, we press forward. Okay. Tending to the cemetery, which I typically do every Saturday, around 3:30. Sometimes some of the kids from the high school hang out back there. They always leave cigarette butts and beer bottles, which obviously I'm not happy about, but I'd rather them be hooligans in the cemetery than go out and drive somewhere and potentially hurt themselves or someone else. Go on. So, I saw Liam while I was cleaning up all that trash. He left some of his own, you know. The crust of a peanut butter sandwich. Very wasteful. Regardless, Liam was out past the graveyard, standing just on the edge of the woods and looking in. See, there's no woods in the movie. That's why I have the multiverse thing in my head. There's no woods beyond the graveyard in the film, because in the film they have to drive like another hour or two to get to the Black Hills Forest. The game truncated all of that, so the forest is right on the edge of Burkittsville Main Street. That's why I'm thinking of this. And that is what we did as well, for brevity's sake, I think, more than anything. I remember, so I had already had at this point a huge archive of all the Blair Witch materials that had been published, which is the same today as it was then, come to think of it. There hasn't been much new. But I had, just prior to COVID, I had driven all my books and everything down to the Hunt to Killer offices to set up a sort of lore library of everything for everyone to look at. And I was very big on being like, here's the way the game makes Burkittsville look. And I think that's more or less what we did. We have a map here that we'll take a look at in a moment. Okay. I saw Liam, peanut butter sandwich, delicious peanut butter sandwich. Liam was out in the graveyard, just standing on the edge of the woods and looking in. I don't know how long he was out there before I saw him, but he stood like that for a moment before seeming to lose interest. And then he moved along and walked away, down Main Street. But the whole time he was looking over his shoulder. Not at me, mind you, but at the forest. That's the final part of the interview with the father, Hobart. Here's Harriet Gillard. Oh, boy! This brings back memories. Harriet Gillard is essentially our log lady. Eccentric, eccentric, eccentric. Maggie says, my great-grandfather was a grave digger with a heavy Irish accent. I feel so at home. Welcome home, Maggie. Here we go. Tell me exactly what you saw, Miss Gillard. In chronological order, please. Thank you for seeing me, Sheriff. Yes, I first saw Liam when I came into the Silver Moon. So Harriet Gillard, I think as much as she is our log lady, to me she's also our proxy for Mary Brown from the first movie, Blair Witch Project, who we could not reference. You see where it's like, now Lionsgate at this point, I think, I've speculated at least on Guide to the Unknown, that I think a deal has been struck between them and Blumhouse, which importantly properly compensated Heather, Mike, and Josh from the original movie, who had not been handled with care, to put it mildly, since that first movie came out. Lionsgate, I think, in their mishandling of Blair Witch and not making the primary characters and performers whole, limited the potential of any future story that was under their guidance. This included. We had to invent our own characters who I happen to love. But to me, this probably might have been Mary Brown were we allowed to use the existing world. And goddamn, if you've seen that movie, who doesn't want more Mary Brown? Anyway. The Silver Moon is allowing you back in now? I'm not going to have to come back in there for another complaint, am I? That thing with the mustard was just a misunderstanding. What was the thing with the mustard? That's a nut sequitur. That's great. Anyway, I saw Liam. He came inside, looked perturbed. Hank made him a couple of sandwiches after he talked to his mother, and then the kid left. Did Liam say anything to you when you saw him? We had a little conversation. He started, hello, Miss Gillard, and finished it with, goodbye, Miss Gillard. What did you two talk about? Nothing really, and not for very long. I asked him how his day was going. He said not well, but that hopefully it would be better after he finished his research. I asked what kind of teacher assigned him homework over a beautiful weekend like this one, and he just said goodbye and walked away. He seemed a little high-strung. He kept fiddling with his bracelet so much I worried he'd tear it clean off his wrist. All right, Harriet. Is that all? No, actually. I saw him again a few hours later, just for a second. I was buying some stamps around 4, and I saw him walking on the other side of the street. He looked a bit grim, if you ask me, hunched over. I must have assumed he was walking home, but I suppose that wasn't the case after all, was it? Then, when I finished up and walked across the street to my car, I noticed something on the ground. It was the same bracelet I'd seen Liam wearing earlier. It must have fallen off when I saw him walking. Did you take the bracelet, or did you leave it there? I took it. I meant to give it back to his mother the next time I saw her. It's right here. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Gillard. TT says, I think we eventually explained that in Season 2. I can't remember, but that rings a bell. Explained what in Season 2? That she's like our log lady? Or explained... Oh, the mustard thing. The mustard thing. Yeah, I gotta know. I need mustard closure. What did Harriet Gillard do with mustard that got her banned from the diner? All right, and now here is an interview with Clementine Lidwell. Interesting. Proprietary Good Neighbor Library. This is where it was conducted, the interview. Okay, Mrs. Lidwell, just tell me everything you remember about seeing Liam on that Saturday. There's no such thing as an unimportant detail. Yes, sir. We are actually quite crowded that day, but I still remember seeing him because I made him finish his tuna sandwich before he came inside. Fish in a library, can you imagine? And, of course, because of the altercation he got into. Liam came into the library like he often does. Very quiet. Never needs help, even in finding the most obscure reference material. It was right after story hour ended, so it must have been around 4 o'clock. Liam read for a little while on his own, and then another boy came in. I'm not quite sure of his name. One of the kids who only ever comes in to find the books for his summer reading, you know. But always a month too late. No, I don't have any more copies of the Scarlet Letter. Every other kid in town already has a copy of it, or on hold. It's been a while since I've done a book report, Miss Lidwell. Of course. Anyway, Liam and this boy, they had an altercation, and Liam left. Tell me about the altercation. I couldn't hear their words exactly, but I think that Liam instigated it. The other boy looked like he was asking Liam something benign. Liam snapped at him, which caused the other boy to raise his voice. I think he called Liam a freak or something like that. Within seconds, their fight escalated to shouting, and Liam threw his book at the other boy. It was a compilation of topographical surveys of the area, which is quite bulky. Did you know that every major survey of this area has yielded vastly different results from one another? No two people can quite agree on an accurate map, although there are certainly those that experts consider to be closer to reality than others. It's quite a fascinating little mystery. That is, a fascinating mystery. Explains a lot, doesn't it? Very interesting, Miss Lidwell. But not relevant to this investigation. Of course. Right after that, I reprimanded them both. We did what we usually do when children misbehave in the library. Had them leave for the rest of the day. Cool their jets, you know, and come back tomorrow. The other boy refused at first, probably out of stubbornness. You know how kids are. Liam, though, left peacefully. He was so angry seconds earlier, but he was suddenly so calm. I don't know where he went, but I think I remember him turning left and walking down the street that way. All right. You've been very helpful. Thank you for your time. Sheriff, I know that it's a little uncouth, but I simply have to ask. Everyone in my book club will be furious at me if I don't. Have you been looking in the forest? With everything that's happened in the past, don't you think that something unnatural may have happened to the boy? With all due respect, almost everyone who lives here has had something happen to them in the forest that there's no earthly explanation for. Once when I was walking around on the edge of the forest, I could swear that I saw a tall figure watching me. I got so scared that I tripped and fell down a hill. It nearly broke my neck and killed me. Oh, I read that in the sheriff's voice. I skipped the whole thing. Hold on. Do you think something unnatural may have happened to the boy? To answer the first part of your... I was like, why would the sheriff isn't volunteering a lot? Okay, my bad. To answer the first part of your question, we are mounting research parties in the immediate area, as is typical for an investigation of this sort. I won't entertain the second part. With all due respect, almost everyone who lives around here has had something happen to them in the forest that there's no earthly explanation for. Once when I was walking on the very edge of the forest, I could swear I saw a tall figure watching me. I got so scared that I had tripped and fell down a hill. It nearly broke my neck and killed me. Have a good day now, Mrs. Lidwell. Yeah, the sheriff does not entertain these things at all. And then here we go, Anthony Rapinoe. This is the final interview on this document. Here we go. Anthony Rapinoe is a fairly important figure in these stories as well. Mr. Rapinoe, I know that you're a family friend of the Kents. Yes, I've known Liam and Tristan their whole lives, and their parents as well. I grew up with Rosemary and Hud. I was the best man at their wedding. Did you happen to see Liam at all that day? Yes, very briefly. He passed by the front door right before I ate lunch, meaning that it would have been a bit before 1. He waved to me, but didn't stop to talk. I assumed he was headed toward the Silver Moon. And you didn't see him anywhere else around town? I'm scheduled at the History Museum through pretty much the entire weekend, since those are our peak attendance days. Although, of course, peak is relative. And he didn't enter your building on the day of question at all? He didn't. How can you be certain? Sheriff, it's the Burkittsville History Museum. It's not exactly the most popping place. Most of the time I'm in there alone all day, surrounded by yellowing books and clothing that belong to someone's long-dead relatives. Although I haven't felt quite so alone in these past few weeks. Even when no one comes in all day, I sometimes feel like... I don't know. It's hard to explain. I feel like there's a presence somewhere, lurking right around the corner or underneath the floorboards. Sometimes I hear things, like murmuring that I can't really make out. Did you hear any of these things on the day of Liam's disappearance? Well, no. Mr. Rapinoe, the first 72 hours are critical in a situation like this. I'm not about to spend any of them checking the History Museum's creaky floorboards for you. Thank you for your time. Sheriff is a blowhard. That's all right. That's all right. All right. Let's see. We've got a map here. Welcome to the historic village of Burkittsville, everybody. And then that itself folds into a charming log cabin. On the back, of course, Burkittsville History Museum, 1824, like the famous Welcome to Burkittsville sign in the movie. And then we have a map of Main Street. Now, this is closer to the 2000 video game, Blair Witch Volume 1, Rust and Parr. You can see that the forest is right behind the church, which is here. I think in the video game, that would be further toward the middle of Main Street. Over here would be a schoolhouse. But either way, very, very similar. This, interestingly enough, this motel, I think, is damn near about where it's placed in the video game. And in real life, Burkittsville is smaller than this. Okay, here we go. At least Burkittsville Main Street. I don't know about the exact footprint of the town. I will say, so, from the library, we did hear that Liam had left, right? The librarian said he went left. So let me see here. Cut Above Barber Shop. And there's tons of lore here. Tons of lore here. Maybe, you know what? Why don't we go ahead and get into something that I can do that's a little bit fun, because we are, of course, in a more technological age. I'm going to go ahead and open up a digital version. A digital version of this thing. Episode 1, the map. Here we go. Full diary, Dakota diary, map. And I think, is this everything? Here. Take a look at this once it opens. Oh, this is funny. Where did I get this? I have so many unsorted files, like scans of this game. Here we go. I think this is better. Episode 1, physical. Here we go. So yeah, I'm going to open up the map just so that we can look at it all together. And yeah, I love a custom map too. I think all the designs in this game are incredible. TT, if I'm going to keep saying if you're still here, because you're free to leave if you need to. But I think a lot of this was done by Alaska. I think the majority of it was done by Alaska, and who else worked on it? I've always wanted to have commission Alaska to make something for Guide to the Unknown. Oh, these have Alaska's initials, AK. Alaska Kellum. Incredible, incredible artist. Map of Burkittsville. Here we go. Okay. Let's look at this together. Alaska and Crystal, that's right. All right, so here's the map. We've got the Cut Above Barber Shop. That's one. Bing. You see what happens when you like create a game like this? There are like 3 or 4 establishments in this town that are arguably relevant to the mystery at hand, but you've got to fill out all these other businesses too. So yeah, a lot of your day as a writer is like, all right, barbershop. What's a good name for a barbershop? And it's fantastic. I didn't work on this one. I don't know who wrote this. It's fantastic. Alaska was like, I never want to draw a tree again. All right, here we go. Cut Above Barbershop, 1845. Even though it's changed names in recent years, the establishment was still run by its original founders, the Barker family. Come in anytime for a trim or shave. They're the last word in barbering. They're the last word in barbering. That's great. All right, let's see. Oh my God. Hold on. This is my first time doing this on a Mac. I don't know how to zoom in and stuff. Okay. Andy's Cafe. Oh, wow. This is like a rival to the Silver Moon Diner, I guess. But started as one of the town's only restaurants, remains the most enduring and eccentric establishments. Bob and Mike's Convenience Store. Come on. TT, you did this, didn't you? That's a Sweeney Todd reference. The Cut Above. Oh, yes. Every one of these is bound to be a reference. Bob and Mike's Convenience Store. We lived above, you say, convenience store. Where's that? 3, This is Bob and Mike's convenience store. This is where they lived above. This is also approximately the correct location from the video game of a convenience store, I will say. They still live right around the corner from the store, daring anyone to change its name. Say hi if you see them around. The Burkittsville Cemetery, the oldest location in Burkittsville, even predating the church, what began as an impromptu burial site for victims of the various maladies and violences that befell townsfolk slowly before the official Burkittsville Cemetery. That's very funny. The last word in barbering. It's crazy. Burkittsville Community College. What? They have a community college? With a 98% graduation rate, a renowned arts program, and one of the area's best collections of 19th century regional maps and folklore. Burkittsville CC is the place to go for mental enrichment. Go jackalopes. Okay. Burkittsville History Museum. 6. So, oh, look, and it's the little log cabin from the front of the map. It's cute. So that's the History Museum itself. I didn't quite realize that. And that is, I think in the video game, it would be over here. Doesn't matter. I mean, listen, in my brain, all of Blair Witch is canon, even if it contradicts itself, because I view these all as, stories that are told in universe by people who get things right and wrong. Anyway, an organization dedicated to chronicling and preserving the town's deep, complicated history called to schedule a walking tour of the town today. I remember I tried to make a reference to Bill Barnes, who's in the Blair Witch early documentaries, and that got caught as something we could not use. Burkittsville Post Office, rain or shine, hell or high water, the folks at the post office will always ensure that everything ends up exactly where it belongs. Burkittsville Sheriff's Office, originally the site of a makeshift prison and still home to numerous legal documents from throughout the centuries, the Burkittsville Sheriff's Office has long been a beacon of law and order for the town. And that is here. Oh, right next to the church. Creekfront Pharmacy, always stacked with everything you might need, from medicine to snacks to home goods. Be sure to ask about the mini museum of historic snake oils and cure-alls dating back to the 17th century. Fun. The farm gas station. Fuel your vehicle and fuel for yourself. Great. The home away from home inn. There's always room for those passing by. Who knows? Maybe you'll like it so much that you'll never leave. And that, I think, is obviously meant to be vaguely threatening and spooky. Home away from home inn. Which also has an ad for Nathan's cigarettes on the back of it. That's funny that they would put they made the map. This building might have an old ad. They put the ad on the back of the cartoon building. It's cute. Main Street Grocer, come on down for fresh, locally grown produce and locally farmed meat. McQueen Auto Shop, run for more than 50 years by the incorrigible Richard Thunder McQueen. If you ever have the need to stop by, be sure to ask about his collection of century-old photographs of historical Burkittsville. Melvin's Camping Supplies. You can never be too prepared to face Mother Nature. Be sure to ask about our wilderness survival courses. Burkittsville's youngest business is Patrick's Bar at 15. Out of curiosity, it's this little building here. Although it's still old enough to drink. It's cute. 16, Proprietary Good Neighbor Library. That feels very Eleanor. I remember Eleanor always had these old names. Ashley says, oh man, I love the museum badge too. The details are just wonderful. Yeah, I honestly, listen, part of my intent this morning was to maybe even plow through a lot of this stuff just to archive it as quickly as possible. I am getting lost in the details at this point. I love drinking this in. I love it. I think it looks beautiful. I think that it's amusing. And this is something that that no one makes anymore. You can't, with the retail boxes of Hunt to Killer, it's like having a movie, right? Like it begins and ends that night when you play it. This game would have lingered. If you subscribed, you'd get a new chapter. We're still only on episode 1. You would have gotten a new episode of this every single month for 12 months. You would have spent a year living in this version of Burkittsville. I am loving this. Absolutely loving this. It's making me very nostalgic for this time in my life. Okay, Proprietary Good Neighbor Library. Originally the estate of the wealthy, childless, and notoriously reclusive widow Proprietary Good Neighbor. Yes, yeah, there you go. This building was refurbished and reopened as the town's library after Good Neighbor's sudden death. Ooh. 17, St. Didymus Church. This was the first structure erected when Blair Township was originally founded, which makes a certain amount of sense, doesn't it? That's 17 out of curiosity. Oh, of course, 17, the church right there. TT's like, yeah. I'm like, we should do Hunt to Killer again, but good. Don't think I haven't considered it, by the way. I may have a smaller form of this in the future. Or I may not. Listen, I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. Okay, here we go. Siciliano's Bakery. Want to make a cake you saw on that TV show? We can handle that for you. 19, the Silver Moon Diner. Though times have changed, the Silver Moon's aesthetic hasn't. A glistening time capsule of a place that still retains its vintage glow. 20, Something Borrowed. This antique and curio store features a bevy of items created decades and in some cases centuries before its doors ever opened. A perfect place to visit if you want to take home a bit of historical Blair for yourself. South Woodland Academy. Torn down and renovated multiple times throughout the town's history, this school sits on the foundation of the original Blair Schoolhouse. The Variety Art Gallery. An exhibitor of art, both historical and cutting edge. Varieties was not... Is this a grammatical? Sylvanus! Maggie! Holy God. You're right. The Silver Moon Diner. Sylvanus was here. Those Blair Witch children's books are canon. Rise of Sylvanus. Oh, come on now. Yeah, I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver in a multitude of ways. I'm struggling to... Hold the phone. All right, let's move gently. There. Okay. Anyway, I'll tell you all and everyone be cool. I wrote a TV show this year. Well, a TV show I wrote came out this year. The Trouble with Tessa. It's on Screambox. You can get it on Apple TV. It's on Tubi. Tubi is free. You can go watch it on Tubi. And as part of that, I also made a slight ARG, which I'm very, very fond of, very, very proud of. But was considered as part of the marketing effort, which is to say that if I were to, let me see, visit Lowry, here we go. If I were to construct a news story, I would love to have, obviously, the show, audio drama, whatever it may be the centerpiece of the mystery. But I would want to construct this ARG stuff to sit alongside it as equally important. So I had made these fake articles of this in-universe world about that lore, the Bone King and stuff like that. Basically what I'm threatening to do next year is to tell a news story where the ARG stuff is part of the experience from minute one, which for the end audience probably makes no difference to you, but to me, I want all these things to feel more cohesive than I think I have managed to achieve with some of my previous projects so far, if that makes sense. Okay. Out of curiosity, I just went to the Blair Witch Facebook where I had posted a link to this live stream, and Michael J. Robinson, who is the mayor of Burkittsville, commented, "Is the game being completely retired? I've got the first volume in the Burkittsville Town Archives and was hoping to get volume 2 at some point. I don't even think it's for sale anymore." But I'd be thrilled to loan one of my... Okay. Sorry, had to reply to the mayor of Burkittsville, the real-life mayor of Burkittsville in the Facebook group. Super cool. This whole thing is super cool. Do you know that one time I drove down to Burkittsville? I've been to Burkittsville, I think, 3 times. Maybe 4. I drove down to Burkittsville with the game on one of my trips to Hunt a Killer. It was way out of the way. It's like a 2-hour, 4-hour round trip. Digression if I was driving down to Maryland to visit the Hunt a Killer offices. I wanted to bring the game to the Burkittsville cemetery to take a picture because I'm neurotic and I love all this stuff. And I got out of the car and there was someone who was doing the same thing as me. They had brought their... Oh, no, I didn't bring my game. They brought their game. That's what it was. They had brought the Blair Witch game to the Burkittsville cemetery and I got out of the car and I went, hey, I worked on that. And they knew who I was, which was really neat. But I took a picture with them. I don't know where that picture is. They didn't tag me in it. I only say that to mean like, I have no proof. You just have to trust my word on this. But I was like, somebody brought the game that I worked on to the location. I used to go to Burkittsville just to sort of like drink it in. I have a bunch of like photos and videos of things that I thought were interesting about the real place. Yeah, a really wonderful, special time. Special property. I want to go back there too. I would love to go back there and bring Kristen, do a little Guide to the Unknown road trip, but I may have other places to visit as well. Next year, I am hoping to go back to Connecticut. Anyway, here we go. Where did we leave off? Variety Art Gallery, an exhibitor of art, both historical and cutting edge. Varieties was not only the first gallery to exhibit work by renowned contemporary painter Dolores Dahl Davenport, but was also the first to exhibit some of the highly controversial outsider art and wooden sculptures found in the Black Hills Forest. The outsider art found in the Black... So was that the Stickmen? Did they bring in Stickmen? Oh, no. Maggie says, I do the same thing for Twin Peaks, North Bend, and Snoqualmie, but I did not work on that TV show. You don't need to. What I mean to say is, like, listen, I have the charmed experience of getting to say that I worked on like a canon thing, but does anyone really know this game? I don't want to downplay our work either. I think you understand. I wrestle with it's a little imposter syndrome on this. I love going to fictional places that exist in real life. It kills me that the one time I went to Seattle, I assumed Twin Peaks was further away, so I didn't go. And it was like right there. What was I doing? What was I thinking? I should have gone. Now I'm like, do I get back in the car right now? I could be in Burkittsville in 3 hours. I won't. I'm not doing that. Anyway. And the Violette Apothecary. Originally the site of the area's first general store, Violette Apothecary now sells a lovely array of scented soaps and candles, alongside its traditional store of tinctures, salves, and other folk remedies, which are made according to recipes that the family of store proprietor Violet Koresh has preserved for generations. Yeah, bring me there, Maggie. Let's go. We're going to Twin Peaks right now. I'll get in a plane. I would love to come back. I'm being flippant, but I would love to come back. Okay, so what we found out was that Liam had been at the library, walked out, and turned left, right? So, turned left, right? So 16, and he walked out and turned left. 16, walked out, turned left. He went this way. So he's presumably gone to one of the buildings in this vicinity. All right. So let's move on to our next. Yeah, let's astral project. I know I need to be able to teleport. Okay, let me see here. Do I want to? Here, I'll do it this way. This is the next thing. I wrote this as well, I believe. This is from Untold Tales magazine. Legends Never Die in the Witch's Woods, a special feature. So this was our sort of way to reference the existing lore of the Blair Witch, which I do think is cool and important in reestablishing for people who may not be familiar. Let's imagine that you bought the game and you're not familiar with, the existing, stories of Ellie Kedward and all that stuff. You'd have this. So why is this different from mine? This is interesting. And I don't know if this is... I don't know what to make of this. Look at mine, okay? And then look at this. In the digital version that I have, there are little things written in it. Are those supposed to be... Ah, I see why. I see why. I didn't think this came into play yet, but it does. So let me see. Does this work? And will I be able to show this? Ah! Take a look at this. See, I'm also... I have the benefit and burden of knowing how some things work in the game. It didn't occur to me that it happened on this. So I must have written this. I don't remember writing... So... There's nothing written in the margins, right? Wrong. If you apply a black light... Oh, this battery is dying. I have no idea if this is going to appear on camera. But thankfully, again, I can show you. There's something written right where I'm shining. This light reveals hidden text. Why didn't Ant ever tell me about any of this? Ant being Anthony Rapinoe, who works at the Historical Society, who is close with the Kent family. And of course, it wouldn't be Hunt a Killer without a bunch of ciphers to solve. Okay, here we go. So it is worth looking at this digitally on the screen then, because I can show you even the hidden writing. Here we go. A dossier. Oh, man, you know I love a dossier. I've got the words sitting right here in front of us. A dossier of mysterious deaths and disappearances in the Black Hills Forest by Ed Barrett, who is one of the hosts of Superneutral and will become a main character in Season 2. It was in the winter of 1785, back when the sleepy Maryland town of Burkittsville was still known as Blair, when a group of local children first told their story. They claimed an old woman who lived at the forest's edge had beckoned them to follow her back to her cottage. Upon luring the children to her home, the woman pricked their fingers with a needle, collecting their blood in bowls made of stone. In the minds of the townsfolk of Blair, there was no clearer sign of witchcraft. Some stories claimed that the townsfolk merely ran the old woman out of Blair to live the rest of her lonely days in the nearby Black Hills Forest. Other stories claim that the citizens of Blair went much further than mere banishment. And that is also a reference to the fact that the lore of Ellie Kedward is different depending on whether or not you are reading the books or the comic, or it's been depicted different ways. So Ed Barrett, who has researched this stuff, references that it's been depicted different ways. Folklore. It's all folklore with shaved off serial numbers. All right. Chelsea Traeger Brown, this is my reference to Chelsea Weber Smith, who came to Burkittsville with me and is the wonderful host of American Hysteria. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I have a meeting at 2:30, so I have a stop point then, but I need to check something real quick. Touchdown. Okay, here we go. The way my grandfather told me the story, the people of Blair pummeled her with rocks. Once their thirst for revenge was sated, some of the men dragged her out into the forest and left her there, tied to a tree. Yeah, see, that's new to this, too. I think being pummeled with rocks is an invention of ours. Anthony Rapinoe, local historian, says, primary sources are few and far between, but some secondary literatures indicate that the accused may have been hanged from one of the oldest trees in the Black Hills Forest, an old dead tree whose bark was white like ash. Dead tree, I guarantee I wanted to write that because the dead tree is an icon that I have in Blackwood. And then secret text from Liam that revealed with a black light reads, crazy stuff, why didn't Ant ever tell me about this? Back to the Ed Barrett article. Nearly a year after the execution, during a winter far more bitter and cold than the one previous, the residents of Blair woke up to find half the town's children had vanished in the night. Among their number were those whose parents' accusations had led to the supposed witch's death. But did she die? Can a legend ever truly die? While the history of the Blair Witch stretches back over 200 years, her legacy continued far past the moment of her supposed death and persists to this very day. The next high-profile sighting of the Blair Witch would occur in 1825, when witnesses claimed to see the pale hand of an old woman reach out of the water of a local creek to drag a helpless girl under the surface. The girl was presumed to have drowned, but her body was never recovered. Yet another child was reported missing in 1886. This victim was miraculously recovered from the Black Hills Forest by the second search party sent after her. However, the men who made up the child's first search party were not as fortunate. They were found tied together and stabbed to death on a large rock at the creek's edge. The identity of their killer was never discovered. That is, Eileen Treacle was dragged into the water, and Robin Weaver was returned from the woods. Have to research more about this, the stabbed to death. I guess Liam was looking into this. And then we do have a cipher, which, I love to solve a cipher. They also take time. This is where I may cut corners, I will admit. So we'll tackle these ciphers in just a moment. The witch seemed to lie dormant for over 60 years after this incident at the Rock. However, tragedy would eventually strike the area once more when an eccentric hermit who made his home in the Black Hills Forest confessed to the kidnapping of 8 children and the murder of 7, claiming that the voice of an old woman had urged him to commit these crimes. Was this man a cold-blooded killer, or could he have been truly compelled to kill by the Blair Witch herself? Then, this is the closest we can get to referencing Heather, Mike, and Josh. You ready? Then, in October of 1994, 3 student filmmakers disappeared in the woods near Burkittsville while shooting a documentary. While their footage was recovered, the students themselves remain missing to this day. That's the most we're allowed to say, apparently. Merely 2 years after the students' disappearances, a young boy is believed to have been abducted and taken into the Black Hills Forest. His search party would not emerge unscathed, or without grim and mysterious stories of their own to tell. While many locals insist on the existence of the witch, some believe that a dangerous drifter is responsible for the most recent of these cases. And that's important as well. This is referencing that PlayStation 4 video game, which Lionsgate wanted us to focus on, in favor of referencing anything about the events of that original movie. But all this existing lore has been told and retold throughout many of the Blair Witch documentaries and books since 1999, and this was our rendition. Another quote from Anthony Rapinoe: "That particular case hits closer to home for me than most of the gruesome incidents that haunt this town's history, since I was in high school when it happened. An interesting fact, hikers often found strange carvings on many of the forest's older trees for months after the case was closed. However, sightings of those carvings eventually died down. Isn't that strange? Shouldn't carvings on tree trunks have been more permanent than that? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Unfortunately, a lot of information about the search party has been lost to time. Many of them were workers at a nearby sawmill, which had many names over its long and troubled tenure in the region, but which has long since burned down, taking hundreds of invaluable records with it." I forget, when did this come out in comparison to the third movie? Third movie was 2016. This, I want to say, was in 2020/2021. Yeah, pretty sure. And you can see, welcome to the historic village of Burkittsville. Interestingly, this looks similar to the very famous Welcome to Burkittsville sign from the movie, but is not identical, which I can only assume had to do with rights for the film, which Lionsgate arguably owned, but wouldn't let us use? I don't know. So we had to make our own? I don't know why. But okay, this is another sign that was probably erected after that first sign fell or whatever, so sure. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, all right, let's take this cipher. Here we go. This is some classic Hunt-A-Killer live stream stuff. All right. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Welcome to the past. My past. Here we go. Let's zoom in on those ciphers. Oh, wait, I didn't finish reading this? Oh, there's I didn't read the back of the pamphlet. Aha! This was hidden to me. Okay. All right. There are 3 bits of cipher. Fine. They're just more quotes from other folks. Here we go. Elliot Colson had this to say, lifelong Burkittsville resident and former hiking enthusiast. "I saw symbols clear as day on the trunk of a big white tree, smack dab in the middle of the forest. Looked like wide open eyes and screaming mouths all jumbled up together. When I tried to show the tree to my wife, I couldn't find my way back to it, even though I hadn't gone more than 10 feet away. I stopped going into the forest altogether pretty soon after that. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched by the Carver." Ooh, the Carver? "While uncertainty clouds the region's present and mystery haunts its past, one thing is and always has been certain. The Black Hills Forest is a region afflicted by the trauma of those who have vanished there, and perhaps by the creatures who took them as well. Where to find out more, written in Liam's handwriting in secret font, a cipher up here, and where to find out more, I guess the blah 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 blah, still my best bet. All right. So, now it's time to solve. Now we will find out what is what, and then we will know, and then we can tell it. All right, let me see here. Still trying to learn how to use a computer, everybody. All right, let's insert. I need help. Here we go. NZBYV HSVOREVW, I think. NZBYV repeats. HSV apostrophe H HGROO LFG I believe that's correct. Now I can cheat and pop that into a cipher solver, or I can try to solve it. SLDWLVH HSV. HSV repeating is the giveaway, right? WVXVWV DSL GL XLM GILO question mark DSL GL HKZIV question mark. And then there is one final one, yeah? Oh, does that exist on its own page? Yes, it does. Down here. Where to find out more? I guess and this is going to be hugely important. Oh, whatever that is, no. YZHV HUMG apostrophe rage. Okay. These are the things to solve. Classic solving structure. I see a 3-letter word that repeats, HSV. At some point it has an apostrophe. What 3-letter words often have an apostrophe in them? I do not know these answers, so I am genuinely trying to solve them right now. I think of the word the. Doesn't usually have an apostrophe in it. Notably, the H repeats in the apostrophe. So, if this is the word the, then it would be THE apostrophe T. That doesn't make sense. So, the word and doesn't often have an apostrophe. The word you certainly would, but YOU apostrophe Y? No. That doesn't usually happen either. So, we also have this repeating word, NZBYV. And another apostrophe H. Okay. What would usually be an apostrophe? A T? Apostrophe T happens, but usually it would be N apostrophe T, like can't, won't, can, can't. I think it's an S. You think it's an S? Oh, yes, because maybe it's just possessive. So S blank blank apostrophe S. It's too short, though, Allison, because it's a 3-letter word, then an apostrophe. I guess the blanks still my best bet. I'm comfortable with H being an S. She? Aha! She's. Now that's pretty good. So here's something else that I often do. Let's go ahead. I'm going to pop this into Career New, because Career New has a wonderful attribute, which is that all the letters take up the same amount of space. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And then the wonderful thing is that you can take any letter here now. And this is a classic hunt-to-killer move. If H is S, I don't know if it's a shift cipher or this is like all flashback stuff, but let's try to make H be S. If H is S, see? And if it's laid out like this so that the alphabet is consistent, it could just be that every letter is fair game all the time. But Hunt a Killer, I found, often enjoyed having it be that, like, it would still be in order, right? So you lay one alphabet on top of the other. So if H is S, what would we get? S would become D. Okay, that's not true. This is just a mixed up cipher. There's no way that it would be S, D, G. All right, so if we're going to say that it... Well, then now how do I want to do this? H is S. Okay. Now let's also say then that the letter H, S becomes H. Wait, if H is S, then S is H. Oh, that's interesting. And we're now suggesting that V might be E. Would that mean that E becomes V? Is it the alphabet backward? That's interesting. Let's try. Z, Y, X, W, V, U, T, S, R, Q, P, O, N, M, L, K, J, I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. H became S. I think you may be right. V became E. Bingo. I think you got it. I think it's just totally backwards. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Dismal Witch. Hell yeah, Billy Beer. Okay, so then we pretty much have the means to solve this. So let's go ahead and make some space. All right. So if it's backwards, then N is N, right? Z is A, B is Y, Y is B, V is E. Maybe? Oh, maybe this is supposed to be maybe. Hold on. N is... Oh, yeah. M is N. Sorry. Maybe. She, we already know. O is L, R is I, E is V. Maybe she lives. Maybe she lived. Maybe she's... H is S. G is T. R is I. Maybe she's still. L is O. F. Maybe she's still out. Yep. There. Maybe, right? G. Maybe she lived. Maybe she's still out there. Yep. Maybe she lived. Maybe she's still out there. And that was in reference to what exactly? That was up here. Maybe the witch lived. Maybe she's still out there. All right. And we'll do the same thing here, right? So SLD becomes what? H O how W is D. So yeah, D. Oh boy, everybody. This is a flashback or Rooney Dooney. How does she D E C E. Do I have the letters right? Yeah, E. This is gotta be decide, right? How does she decide? Who? Yeah, this is some flashback shit because my head is melting. Hey, Darth Honor, welcome. Reminds me of the Gravity Falls scavenger hunt. It reminds me of doing this for like years and for so long, and all the Hunt a Killer stuff. It's given me flashbacks a mundo. T. What? Out. O-U-T. 2. X is what? X is C? How does she decide who to tact or something? How does she decide who to control? LO? Yeah. How does she decide who to control? Wow, interesting. DSL, who, GL. We had who to, HK, HS, A, B, Z, A. Who to spare? All right. Okay. Who does she decide who to control and who to spare? Control. GTT Gravity Falls up. Is Gravity Falls, what age is Gravity Falls safe for, do we think? I know a lot of adults like it. Is this something that I could watch with my nearly 5-year-old? B, A, S, E? Yeah, I'm starting to almost be able to read this. U, F, M, G becomes T, H becomes S. Yeah. Base fence. I'm down in the base fart. So yeah, basement. And this was in the context. Where to find more? I guess the basement's still my best bet. The basement. Did I do this right? YZHV. Yeah. HU. Or maybe that was supposed to be another V. Base. I'm pretty sure it says basement. Pretty sure it's basement. 100% good? Okay. All right. I'll give it a shot. Okay. So Liam went to a basement. Is that what we're to gather? Right? Maggie says it's one of those shows that Zoe would probably find funny and spooky, though she may not get all the jokes, which is the beauty of all ages. Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's totally fine. And I know that that's like a big rabbit hole for a lot of people, that they really love Gravity Falls. So I'm very down with that. All right. Let's move on to... So we solved the ciphers from that thing. The basement. The basement of what would be the question, right? So let's go to the final physical thing that I have not looked at yet. The Liam Kent journal. Now, I think I wrote this as well. I think. And this has a lot of the old spooky light to it. Yep, this is neat. What he taught me, in case I forget. A is Z. Oh, this gave me the answer to what the cipher was. A is Z, B is Y, C is X. Yeah, it was the forward and backward thing. How to solve different kinds of ciphers. God damn it. Well, that's fine. We're going to do this. We're going to do this digitally as well, I think. So let me pop this little sucker up here. Nope, that ain't right. Liam's notebook. Guts. Is this right? Yeah, this is right. Okay. All right. Let's take that, and here we go. So, more amazing work. Let's do some reading, and all the blue would be revealed with a black light. All right. Okay, is the Blair Witch in the basement with the candlesticks? Spoiler alert, yes. Here we go. Yesterday, Ms. Tan gave me this notebook and said I should use it to write to Dad. And then she sat there with a stupid, calm look on her face while I screamed at her about how dumb of an idea that was. I wish I hadn't done that. It wasn't right, and it wouldn't have made him proud. Dad, you were always so... And he gets annoyed at himself. He scribbles, he doodles. But then he does give it a shot. I'm really lonely without you, and I know how hard Mom is trying, and I know she misses you too. Last night, Tristan couldn't remember that thing you used to say to us all the time, and he started crying. I pulled him out of it, though, helped him remember by making it a puzzle, just like you would have. I think Tristan was too young to hold on to all the code stuff you taught us, but I remember. Would be good for passing notes in class, if I had anyone to pass notes to. And then here's a cipher. We'll take that in due time. Dad, you used to tell me the coolest stories about the woods. Mom used to make fun of you for believing in all that stuff. I don't know if you actually believed it, though. I think you just knew how fun it was. Time passes more easily out here. Not slow and boring and lonely like at home or in school. Another day goes by, or time passes. Dad, Mom just sent me to my room. How old does she think I am? She doesn't treat Tristan like this, and he's not even 10 yet. She said I upset Tristan, and then we all started fighting again. I don't know why I get like that. It's like everything annoys me. I don't know. Dad, the new kid didn't know anything about Burkittsville, so I took him by the forest and told him all about what happened. I showed him where the tree was and everything. For a second, I felt like I was going to throw up or cry or something, but then I saw how freaked out he was, and it all suddenly seemed hilarious. Then I started laughing, and he ran away. So lame. And he told on me. Exactly what I needed. Apparently, he told Miss Tan that he saw someone watching us, too. I said I didn't see anything. In a little cipher. Dad, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that nobody else is willing to walk in the forest with me. At least Tank keeps me company. And you, in a way. And here's a drawing of Liam and his dog, which would intentionally be the same dog from the video game, who survives the game and then gets adopted / abducted by the Kent family. And this guy here, you can reveal with the black light. He's not physically on the page unless you use the black light, is what I mean to say. See? Pretty fun. I was very proud of that one. Here we go. Dad, bunch of cipher. Got to find out more about the forest. Mom can't know. She'll just do that deep, guilt-inducing sigh thing and send me to my room like she always does. There's a bunch of stuff in town that I can look into, but I think I know exactly where to start. Dad, cipher. I can't believe how much stuff there is to go through down there, all crammed into those shelves you built when you renovated the place. Heading back tonight. Dad, everyone leaves me alone down here. I can do whatever I want, even if I don't want to do anything at all. Not a bad place to spend the weekend, especially if I can stop 2 doors down to grab something to eat first. Bing, that's huge. Or if I can get Hank to make me a sandwich, a Hankwich. Dad, ton of cipher. Dad, nobody else knows I come here. It's always just business as usual upstairs. Not that they're ever busy. I take my time walking here through the woods and walking back. More cipher. Dad, I finally figured out how to talk to him. He's an interesting person, if he's even a person at all. He knows things about you that he shouldn't have any way of knowing. More cipher there. Who's even talking to? Dad, bunch of cipher. Sticks. Notably, 2 big sticks, slightly smaller stick, younger stick. And from there on, it's just empty pages. I feel good about this. I haven't read this. I haven't read this probably since I submitted it in the first place. I feel pretty good about that. Okay, here we go. This is where I'm going to cheat. We all know that I know how to solve the cipher, right? Are we comfortable with this? You're comfortable if I cheat? There's so much ground to cover. You know what I mean? Cipher solver. Multi-decoder. I don't know if this will work. I've never used this before, but we'll give it a try. Here we go. Mrs. Tan gave me the journal. All right, this is the moment of the truth. Let's see if I can type something in here and have it spit out. Okay, here we go. All right, Allison, thank you for hanging out. And solve. Will this work? I'll copy it just in case it disappears. What? Where is it? This section, show stuff. What's going on? It sounds crazy, Dad, but I hope you're still out there somewhere. This may be an issue of the cipher itself or me misinterpreting some of the letters, but I'm sure that's what it means. I know it sounds crazy, Dad, but I hope you're still out there somewhere. And then we zip ahead. Now, this was in the context of the boy who told Ms. Tan that he saw someone watching them. RG''HMLGAFHGNV. Solve. At Bash. Yeah, that's right. It's not just me. It's not just me? Oh, meaning I'm not the only one who can see you, or whatever it is. Maybe Liam had previously thought he was the only one who could see someone. It seems like for a time, Liam thought that he might be seeing his father out there. But now that the other boy saw something as well, he's less confident that this is something private to him. At Bash. I haven't heard that word in a long time. That's the word for a reversed cipher. Okay. Now here's where the entries start to begin with at Bash. SV, FHVW, GL, HG, ZB, UZI, ZDZB, MGSV, GIV, VORMV, YFG, OZGVOB, SV apostrophe H, YVVM, TV, GGRMT. Here we go. F, ULI, NB, GL, NZ, PR, LFG, SVH, UZ, XV. Let's see. At Bash. He used to stay far away in the tree line, but lately he's been getting almost close enough for me to make out his face. Ooh. Whatever he's seeing out there. Dad, he used to stay far away in the tree line, but lately he's been getting close enough for me to make out his face. Gotta find out more about the forest. Mom can't know. And then here was the next entry. See, this is some spooky stuff. I like this. ZILFMW, YZXP, GSILFTS, GSV, ZMW, HMFXP, RMGL, GSV, YZHVNVMG, GSILFTS, I love a cipher. I do. I remember doing these streams and being like, I think we may be over-reliant on ciphers. Here we go. Solve. At Bash. I looped around back through the forest. So this was started with Dad. I looped around back through the forest and snuck to the basement through a back window so that it wouldn't get back to Mom. Okay, so he was going into a basement. Basement where, Liam? And he says, I can't believe how much stuff there is to go through down here, all crammed into those shelves you built when you renovated the place, which feels like a huge clue. Oh, good God. Here we go. Can I... Man, Apple doesn't seem to acknowledge this as text that I can just grab and copy. Damn it. All right, fine. Here we go, everybody. I need music. I need like some like open source music or something just so I can type. Here, let's here, give me a moment. Copy wait. YouTube. Copyright free music. Okay. I don't know if this will be any good. Wait. Copyright free woods ambiance. Right? Let's try to get witchy. Free nature sound effects. This seems good, right? That should be all right. All right, let me type now. Good gravy. Welcome to the woods, everybody, where we're solving ciphers together. That's all we're doing, okay? Here we go. Oh, tight, TT. Best of luck. Thanks for hanging out. Oh my god, did I lose my place? No. That would be terrible. Boy, it's a beautiful day out here. You hear those birds? Oh boy, here we go. All right. That was wild. At Bash. Dad found something of yours. Oh, it's saying Dad, comma. Found something of yours while I was walking through the forest on my way to the basement. I almost stepped on it. It was right on the path after I read it. I looked up at I looked up and he was right there. Before I could say or do anything, he just smiled and walked away. Found something of yours. I picked up and read it. Interesting. All right. So someone gave Liam something. RSZEV. Okay. Any context? I haven't told... What? Did I type this right? All right, this is driving me crazy. SZEV, that seems right. ML, yeah. RWVZ, that feels right. SLDSV. UL. FMW. I mean, this is looking right to me. I have no idea how he found your note or how he knew to give it to me, but I'm glad he did. What note? Did we have a note? I guess we didn't get it. Dad, nobody else knows I come here. It's just business as usual upstairs, not that they're busy. I take my time walking here through the woods and walking back. If you're watching, do you know where Liam was? Because I do. And not just through meta-knowledge. I think I've got enough clues in general. Ashley says, I read the novel Northwoods a couple years ago, and a fact that stuck with me was there used to be so many birds in our old growth forest that the sound was deafening. Whoa, that's cool. I haven't seen him again, but I found a few other notes in the woods. It looks like he likes codes, too. Oh. Dad, I finally figured out how to talk to him. He's an interesting person, if he's even a person at all. He knows things about you that he shouldn't have any way of knowing. Yikes. So now we're decided that Liam is seeing somebody who is not his father, but who knows about his father, and is communicating in codes with him. I think we're going to have a full entry of this in a minute, right? He told me that your last words... He told me what your last words were. He told me what your last thoughts were. Whoa! Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Dad. Oh, this is it. This is the final thing, I believe. Here we go. Final cipher for the moment. Is that a T? What the hell is that? It's not the longest thing I've done yet. Zoo is in here. The word zoo. Okay, here we go. Dad. Final thing. I'm going back on Saturday, but I might not be home for a while. He made me a promise. We're all going to be together again. Soon. Wish me luck. Well, I think I know where Liam went. And then he drew his family all together as stick people. Which is not good. That's not a good omen. And we're finished with the journal. Okay. Okay. Here we go. This is the Kent Case website that Rosemary wrote about. She had given us the password Burkittsville 8. Right? Did that work? Enter. We're in. This is the stuff that will be taken offline. This is the stuff that will be killed at the end of the year. There's Liam, apparently. Liam Kent. My name is Rosemary Kent. I'm a resident of Burkittsville, Maryland, and I'm currently in the middle of a personal investigation into the disappearance of my son, Liam. If you have any information pertaining to his case, you can use this website to contact me directly. I'm usually very quick to respond to credible evidence. Okay. Now, what else do we have here? We've got a few things. We've got some, like, blog entries. And I'm not sure what order they go in. My son went missing 2 months ago, it says down here. Oh, so this is the most recent is at the top, so I'm going to start back here. Sunday. I heard a lot of things when my son Liam went missing 2 months ago. At first, I was told that I was overreacting. Typical teenage behavior. He stayed out late, he'll be back in no time. Then I was told to trust the Burkittsville Sheriff's Office to bring my boy home. Now I'm being told it's time to stop waiting by the phone all night, to get myself into counseling, and to resign myself to the fact that troubled teenagers run away all the time, that I may never get any real answers. Well, everyone in this town was wrong when they told me not to worry, and they were wrong when they told me to trust the sheriff. It seems only natural, then, that they'd be wrong about when it's time to give up. I've put enough trust in the hands of people who have proven themselves incompetent and uncommitted, and I'm not going to make that mistake any longer. That's why I'm putting this page up. This site will serve as a way for me to keep track of everything that's going on surrounding Liam's disappearance. It will also be a way for me to communicate with anyone who might be able to help. If you have any information as to Liam's whereabouts at all, please use the tip line on this site to contact me, which is this. And I think this is how we complete this episode. Tuesday. I'd like to remind everyone that I set up the tip line as a place for concrete information. I understand your condolences are well-intentioned. I really do, but they're very much premature. Liam's case is still open. And to the people who have been writing to me about, or even alluding to, the witch, grow up and get some manners. Even as a kid, I never understood why some people in this town were so committed to believing in such an obvious hoax. We might live in the middle of nowhere out here, but we all still live in the real world. And there's no more important time to remember than in a difficult period like this one. To whoever left that very nice card on my doorstep, thank you very much for thinking of me. I'd bring it up to you in person, but you forgot to sign it. That was on Monday. Sunday. Spent the weekend driving through 5 counties, plastering missing flyers up at every post office, town hall, library, and busy intersection I could find. Anthony was good enough to watch Tristan and feed Tank. Checked in on a few of the older flyers around town, too. Replaced the ones that were faded. On Tuesday, his 16th birthday is still a ways off, but all I can think about is what I'm going to do for it if I still haven't found him by then. Hud's birthdays are already bad enough. Every time I look at a calendar, I feel like I'm staring at a graveyard. All those empty boxes lined up in a row. I like that. When Liam first went missing, there were search parties every day. Then 3 times a week, then 2. I'd like to thank the handful of you who are still coming out with me and Tank every Sunday to spend all morning trekking through the woods. I'd also like to thank all of the folks who have stopped by the diner just to drop a kind word and to tip too much on 1 cup of coffee and a slice of pie. It means a lot. Wednesday. Made yet another visit to the sheriff's office. I was in the waiting room for almost a half hour before being told some empty platitudes about patience and shown the door. Friday. Sometimes I'll think that Tristan is too young to understand much of what's been happening, but then I'll ask a question that breaks my heart. It's not like when Hud passed away. He was only 5 years old back then. I remember the day Hud put one of Tristan's first toys in that time capsule he kept out in the forest, after Tristan lost interest in it. It looked like a baby bird in its own little nest of newspaper clippings and high school love notes. I remember the day we scattered Hud's ashes around that very same stump, seeing Tristan look so lost. He's grown so much, so fast since then. I wish my parents were still around to see it, or that my sister lived on the same side of the country. We don't usually get what we wish for, though, do we? Monday. Shame on each and every person who still, 3 months out, writes to me talking about witches and their minions and whatever else it is you believe in. I drink the same water as each and every one of you, so I know that whatever it is that's making people so gullible and insensitive lately is personal and not environmental. I'll be password protecting this site until further notice. Crowdsourcing for clues is clearly working just as well as leaning on Sheriff Lanning did. Looks like I'll have to take another approach. So that's cool. This is the origin of why she reached out to us. Who we are as a player in these games. Often we had a sort of in-universe identity in the early Hunt-A-Killer days. Historians, things like that. I think here we are largely detectives, but, we're us. Thursday. Turns out that an empty inbox is almost as bad as an inbox full of nonsense. On the plus side, after many frustrating conversations, I've finally convinced the sheriff's office to release some of their official documentation to me. Not that there's much, but it's more than I had yesterday, and it's important to keep that in mind. Getting Hud's bracelet back this way was a bittersweet experience, to say the least, which was found by Harriet, then given to the sheriff, now given to Rosemary. Wednesday. I just gathered up Leon's possessions from his desk and sent them away, along with reports from the sheriff's office. Up until about an hour ago, barely anything in that room had been touched for more than 4 months. Sheriff Wes Lanning, in all his wisdom and authority, barely looked through it, and I've wanted to keep it just how Liam would remember it, so that he can slot back into his life when he comes back, like none of this ever happened at all. Seeing that desk blank damn near broke my heart all over again, but it's all in service of the greater good. I finally found someone who can help me, and I'm sending them enough evidence to hopefully move this case forward. I'm planning to give them access to this site, too, so if you're reading this, hello, detective. Feel free to read through all my previous posts if you want to get a better idea of everything I've already been through. We've got a long path ahead of us, but I truly believe that by the end of this, you're going to have led me right into my son's arms. Well, that's very particular phrasing. I love this. Listen, I know I worked on this. I'm biased. Whatever. This is flashback stuff for me in a way that it almost feels new again. This is fantastic. I'm loving this. I'm loving the depictions of Liam as a troubled kid. I'm loving the depictions of Rosemary as somebody who's at her wit's end, not believing in what feels plainly obvious is going to happen. There are not many happy stories in the Blair Witch franchise. So let's look at some of these other things. Photos. We have one image. Burkittsville Sheriff's Office missing. Liam Howard Kent, last seen in Burkittsville, Maryland. 15, male, 5'8", 160 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. Last seen wearing a black t-shirt, denim jacket, beanie, carrying a backpack. We have searched the area and found no sign of Liam as yet. We are seeking additional volunteers in our efforts to search the Black Hills Forest and surrounding area. The Sheriff's Office requests that only those with experience in wilderness navigation and competence in basic survival skills volunteer to participate in these searches. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Liam Kent, please contact Burkittsville Sheriff Wes Lanning. This is all so, like, early Blair Witch, right? Like, I always was like, it's amazing. The marriage of Hunt-A-Killer and Blair Witch, like, this is what the early Blair Witch website was in 1999 to me. Like, on steroids now. This is, like, arguably perfect. I'm going to download shit because I need to keep it forever. Okay. From Karen Schultz. This is Good Fences. This was our in-universe, like, social media. We had to invent our own, you understand. So, Karen Schultz posted, Kent family curse? Have you heard about what happened to the Kent boy? Poor Rosemary. It's a damn shame. First she loses her husband in that terrible accident, and now her son too. And didn't something like this just happen to her sister Jess right before she moved out west? Makes me wonder who will be next. Elliot Colson, who I believe was quoted in the pamphlet, says, You notice how it's been awfully foggy lately? You notice how it gets darker sooner than usual? You notice those weird marks and symbols about town? If you ask me, it's the witch. Certainly got me and my children in a fright. I'm keeping each of them close from now on. Was Elliot Colson the person that saw carvings in the woods and stopped hiking? Diane Moss says, That's just an old wives' tale if you ask me. It was that creepy historian, probably trying to reenact a killing from one of those dusty old books. It's always the quiet ones, mark my words. Donald Cohen replies, I agree with Diane. Witches? Ha! Have you asked the priest about the boy? He always gives me a bad feeling. Rosemary herself gets in here. You stop that. Father Hobart has been nothing but good to this community, and Anthony has always supported me and my family when we needed him most, which is more than I can say about some people. Here's something Alexander Johnson had to say. You all know the woods are cursed, right? The witch lures folks into the woods. Karen might be onto something. If I were Rosemary, I'd take note. I'd say, go find the boy now, before something else does. Harriet Gillard, our log lady, she knows how to use Facebook, or Good Fences, or whatever. There's something wicked about those woods. My cousin's roommate once spent a day there and came back with a bushel of grays in his bright red hair and a scar he didn't remember getting. He also swears that he walked in at the crack of dawn, hiked for hours and hours, and that when he came out the sun hadn't moved an inch in the sky. Donald. I hike in the Black Hills Forest every Sunday morning, and I've never seen any witch. I haven't seen anything weird or scary. Anthony. I can't speak on whether it's a witch or not, but there is a pattern here that shouldn't be ignored. There's something out there that's been going on since before any of us were even born, and that's going to be out there, long after we're gone. Rosemary. I'd appreciate it if you all kept your comments to yourselves. Believe it or not, you have no obligation to gossip. Even you, Anthony. Clementine Lidwell. Has anyone considered Liam just ran away? He's a teenager. When he realizes he can't do much without his family, he'll be back. Will he? Will he? I'm going to go ahead and download the Liam Kent flyer while I'm at it. Boom. Find Liam Kent. This is the episode 1 version of the website. There will be a version of this website for each episode. All right, tip line. Here we go. Please provide your email address. This is my email address, everyone. I don't know. I guess you can have it. Enter. I wonder if that does anything. I think it does, right? We'll see. Okay. New message. Comment. Basement. Is that the best I can do? Let's see what happens. Send. Will be returned to the inbox. Oh, from Rosemary. Are you sure about that? That building doesn't seem very likely to me. There's a fair amount of foot traffic there, so I don't think Liam would be able to hide there without anyone noticing. You should keep looking. Let me know. I gotta zoom in. I can't see nothing. I want to get the text on the screen at least. Yeah. The building doesn't seem likely to me. You should keep looking. Let me know as soon as you come up with any other ideas. I'll send you an audio message if I think you're onto something. Yeah, this is the gameplay of it all. You understand? Like, yeah. So, and that was from Willie. Some guy named Will. All right. I think, oh my God. Tip line again. Here we go. Oh, back. New message. History museum. So here's what's going on behind the scenes. There's a particular phrase or words that are accepted as the correct answer, and there are a ton of words that are not accepted as the correct answer. I must have dropped so much stuff. Good God. Anyway, so maybe I need to go by the exact phrasing here in the map. That would make a certain amount of logical sense. So let's open this little sucker. So he went 2 doors down from the diner or whatever. 6 Burkittsville History Museum. So I'm on the right path, right? But 2 doors down from the diner is not the History Museum. I'm pretty sure it's the History Museum. Let's see what happens. Some of this is meta knowledge, but some of this, I think, is what I gathered. So my clues were essentially that Liam was like, I like to be in the basement. I like to sneak in. It's by the woods. And it's quiet upstairs. Nothing really happens, which combined with Anthony commenting that his days are very quiet. That to me means Liam was at the Burkittsville History Museum. Also, doesn't it make a ton of logical sense? Aha! Here we go. So I edited these. Hold the phone. I didn't realize that I had the sound of running water that whole time. Whatever. Okay, here we go.
Liam was hanging out in the basement of the History Museum. I mean, why? What could have been down there? I'm heading over to take a look right now. It's right down the street from the diner. Could Sheriff Lanning really have missed something so close to his office? Hey, Anthony? Anthony?
That's weird. The building's unlocked, but he's not here. Maybe he's in the basement. The door's right behind his desk. I'm just going to check. It's not locked or anything.
Anthony? Are you there? If you're down there, I'm coming down now.
Jesus, why is it so cold down here? Okay, there is no way the sheriff searched this. There's way too much stuff crammed in here. I'm gonna be here all night. But I guess the cold air will keep me sharp. Wait. There's a window open back there. That must be where the draft is coming from.
Who would leave this open? Wait. This is Liam's handwriting. Liam's been here. Oh my God. This is his pencil case, and there are all kinds of notes. Hold on. What are these? I'm not sure how to describe what I'm seeing to you, but Liam's notes are covered in all kinds of strange markings. And this one is... Oh my God. This handwriting is... This is HUD's. HUD wrote one of these notes. Years ago, it looks like. Before the accident. You need to see this. I'm going to try to find some more evidence, and then I'll send everything over to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You've just gotten me closer to my son than I have been in months.
And there you go. That is the end of episode 1. When you hear a piece of audio, that's the conclusion of an episode. That gave me like flashbacks listening to that too. I did not direct that performer. Unfortunately, I do not recall her name. That would have been Melissa LaMartina, who probably did the casting, but also definitely directed. I did the sound design for that though. So I've listened to that like 1,000 times, you know, but not for years. So that really just gave me like quite a flashback. So that then, all right, two things. One, the meeting that I had today just got canceled, which is all well and good because I am enjoying myself and getting quite lost in this. So I'm just going to keep going. I'm going for it. We're moving into episode 2. And I have not gotten an email from Rosemary Kent. Looking at my own like actual personal email because they had me put my email address in. There were things that I think may already be dead in this game. There were you were supposed to be able to listen to the Super Neutral podcast that Liam and Tristan like. I mean, they liked the TV show version. We had cast performers to play those characters. And so this website, I'm not sure, you would have gotten these in an email, but I'm not sure if that functionality still works. So superneutralpod.com would have taken you to these mini episodes. If I zoom in all the way, will it squeeze? Well, whatever. Here's how I'll do it. I know what to do. Damn it. Bing. So here, let's listen to this as I grab box 2.
Welcome to Super Neutral, the bite-sized paranormal podcast that pits a believer, that's me, Ed Barrett,
against a skeptic, that's me, James Durant.
On this minisode, we're going to talk about the legend of the Blair Witch.
Right. Now this is interesting, because I only became aware of the Blair Witch a few years ago when you told me the story.
Really? That was the first time you'd heard the story?
Uh-huh. But before we get into it, maybe you should quickly explain exactly what the legend is.
Yeah, okay, sure. So, for those of you out there who don't know already, in a small town called Burkittsville out in Maryland, there's a story that stretches back over 200 years. They say that some local children accused an old woman of taking their blood. The townsfolk insisted that this woman was guilty of witchcraft. They tried her, found her guilty, and depending on who you believe, they either abandoned her in the woods or executed her by hanging.
And don't they say that she came back a year later to exact her revenge or something like that?
Yeah. She said to have returned to steal away those children that had accused her in the first place. Since then, basically, people in Burkittsville always blame the witch when someone goes missing, which, to be fair, seems to happen pretty frequently.
Yeah, just a few weeks ago, a terrible disappearance struck the town of Burkittsville.
Yeah, it was a teenager named Liam Kent. Horrible stuff. There's already a lot of speculation that the Blair Witch was to blame.
Okay, so should I just go ahead and assume you believe in the Blair Witch?
You can't argue with the stats, James. I showed you the list of disappearances in those woods. Children drowned in an inch of water. College kids going missing on a hike never to be seen again. It goes on and on.
I'll book the tickets right now.
No thanks. I'm just saying. There's a laundry list of people the witch has taken, you know?
So, listen, I realize that I'm supposed to be the skeptic in all things here, but I have to admit, I found myself really getting into this story.
It's fascinating. There's so much to talk about in the legend of the Blair Witch. We'd need months to do it all justice.
Without a doubt. But, briefly, I have notes here about a serial killer from the 40s who blamed the witch for his murders. Stories of horrible rituals being conducted in the woods. It's all really fascinating. There's so many different terrible things people have tried to get away with by saying the witch made me do it.
If there are really that many awful things happening in Burkittsville, what makes you so sure that there isn't something evil causing it all to happen? Something, I don't know, as yet unexplained?
Well, for one thing...
By your own admission, a lot of people have gone missing there, right?
Well, hey, I'm glad you said that, because I looked it up. And according to recent data, you are no more likely to go missing in Burkittsville than really anywhere else in the United States.
Is that true?
I have it right here.
Huh. Well, this could mean a lot of things.
Such as?
Well, for starters, we know that there are other entities across the country that could explain the other disappearances, right? Bigfoot, the Bug Man, things like that.
Well, I think that's about as good a place as any to wrap it up.
Come on, I'm serious.
Thanks for listening to this mini episode of Super Neutral. We hope you enjoyed this quick debate on the believability of the Blair Witch.
They say she's out there, protecting her woods. If you find yourself traveling to Burkittsville, Maryland to investigate the Blair Witch, the best piece of advice I've heard is this: don't go into the woods after dark.
So we'll see you in the next minisode, but until that time comes, it's safe to turn out the lights.
Or is it?
Whoa. Whoa. All right, listen. 90% of that is the same stories that you've heard 1,000 times, right? Now, I think that I think I was the major proponent in being like, let's make a podcast. That feels like that's almost definitely I was like, let's actually make the shows. Wow. I literally, so I know I scripted those two. I scripted those, I directed those, all that stuff. Wow. I cannot believe that I literally had them say Bugman, which is the thing from Blackwood. That's the like monster from Blackwood. I am kind of shocked. I did not remember that at all. So I made it be that Blackwood exists within the world of Blair Witch. That's funny. That's very funny. I don't remember doing that. But apparently I did. Okay, so there you go. Blackwood and Blair Witch are in the same universe, I guess. That's funny. I left a back door to my own stuff in there. Okay. And now I own Blackwood. So, well, mostly. Anyway, that's very funny. I'm going to have to think about that a little bit. That's very amusing. Okay. Well, here we are. Episode 2. We're going to have 8 items in this envelope, which once again is sealed. Here we go. Why waste time? Why dilly or dally? When we could get silly. And look at all the stuff inside. Here we go. Oh. All right. Now, we were told by Rosemary that she was going to send us the stuff that she found in the basement of the Historical Society, including a pencil case. There it is. Liam's pencil case. Oh, is there something in there? No. Open her up. And yes, there is a carved figure, which very much resembles a couple of things. One, it resembles one of the figures that was carved into Liam's, or not carved into his notebook, but the figure of the spooky man that was in Liam's notebook. Also, it has symbols carved onto it, which will be important this episode. And additionally, in the Blair Witch video game, you would find these carved figures around in the forest, and it resembles that. Having said that, of course, it's also a wood figure, and you think about the stickmen a little bit. It's sort of our thing. Okay. Our next contact letter from Rosemary. Detective, after going so long without any leads, finding Liam's things in the basement of the History Museum has filled me with so much hope and so much fear in equal measure. As wonderful as it is to have found something of his, I can barely bring myself to look at the second set of handwriting that's scrawled all over his papers. Who was talking to Liam down there? And what the hell did they say to him? It's nauseating to think about my son down in the cold and the dark, being fed poison by some manipulative creep. When I was in that basement, something felt wrong about the place to me. I felt like I was being watched the entire time. And when I went to pick up Liam's things, I swear that I felt something on the back of my neck, almost like a hand brushing against me. There was nobody there when I turned around, of course, but it almost gave me a heart attack. Once I pulled myself together, I showed the sheriff everything you helped me find, and just like every other time I've tried to get him to do his damn job over the past few months, Lanning told me the evidence wasn't sufficient to justify putting more resources into Liam's case. Not only has the sheriff flat out refused to start organizing any more search parties to comb through the forest, he didn't even process anything from the basement as evidence. He left everything I found with me. He told me to be thankful to have a few new mementos of my son, some things that I could keep close. If he thinks I'm going to sit back and let this happen, he's got another thing coming. I'm sending you everything I found down there, and more. Try to pay special attention to the notes with those symbols on them. When I say they're strange, I don't just mean that because I can't make heads or tails of them. Whenever I try to look at them for too long, I feel a sharp pain in my temples and something happens to my vision. The symbols start to look as though they're moving, crawling around the page like insects. I don't know how to explain it. I guess I'm tired. I haven't been sleeping well. Hopefully you'll have more luck with them than I did. The notes aren't all of what was down there, though. There's something in Liam's pencil case, something that I think you need to see for yourself. There was also something from Hudson in that basement. I have no idea how it found its way down there, no idea at all, but reading it was like a punch to the gut. I also asked Anthony if anything strange had been happening at the museum recently. He made me promise that I wouldn't call him crazy, and then he gave me a few reports of odd incidents from the weeks before Liam went missing. He didn't show them to Lanning during the initial investigation because he knew that the sheriff is even less open to suggestions of the supernatural than I am. To be clear, I'm still extremely leery of the notion, but I can't ignore any possible explanation at this point. At the end of the day, among all this strangeness, we know two things for sure. Someone was talking to my son in that basement, and we need to find out who it was. I need you to find the name of the person Liam was talking to and send it to me through the tip line at kentcase.com. I've updated the password to ensure that all this new information stays secure. The new password is quietly5. We finally got a concrete lead. Let's make the most of it. Rosemary. New password means new version of the website. Quietly5. I'm going to go ahead and just do that first while we've been being digital. Quietly5. And let's go ahead and bing, boom. Here. All right. So there should be some new stuff. The last thing we had read was her saying that she was sending stuff to us. Past entries. Oh, that's fun. Okay. So everything that was just there is newer. Okay. Here we go. Everyone's comments on that neighborly site are starting to really piss me off. Nobody has any business speculating or gossiping or whatever you want to call it about my son. And those comments don't do anything but make folks believe Liam isn't out there. I know he is. I know we can find him. I had a dream last night about Liam and Hud. They were walking through the forest toward a tall creature with sharp claws and long, dark hair covering its body. Then a cold, black fog rose up, and I could feel the air freezing their bones. I couldn't tell if they started screaming or laughing then, but the noises they made woke me up. When Hud passed, Liam was there for Tristan in ways I couldn't be. Though they fight and bicker like every pair of siblings, Liam needed Tristan and Tristan needed Liam. Tristan hasn't been coping well these past few weeks. I tried to call Jess, her sister, earlier today just to talk. She was polite, but a little cagey. I know I make her uncomfortable because she wants to put this place behind her, but I'd still hoped she could put all that baggage she has about this town to the side for just a moment to support her little sister. Seems like that's too much to hope for, though. As soon as I mentioned the forest, she did a theatrical little yawn and mentioned how early it was for her, what with the time difference. I took the hint and hung up. Haven't gotten much sleep lately. I keep staying up all night crying until my eyes dry themselves out and I feel a sort of stillness come over me. Sometimes when I'm all alone in the middle of the night, wrung out like that, it seems like there's not going to be a world to wake up to in the morning. Like the universe has been reduced down to the isolated little bubble of me and my sadness. I can't let that feeling win. I need to remember what's still out there. Stepping into Liam's room feels like I'm violating something sacred between us. But I keep wondering if I've overlooked something vital to finding him. I keep hoping that maybe there's a letter to me I haven't found yet. I keep looking at his bed, wanting to tuck him in like I did when he was younger. And then the most recent. Lanning called me yesterday morning, for once, instead of the other way around. He finally heard that I'd brought in outside help, and he had the nerve to condescend to me about it. He told me that it wasn't healthy for me to be chasing false hope. I rushed him off the phone. He's just jealous that I've gotten far closer to Liam without him. And it looks like we have a new Good Fences website thing. Zoom out a little bit. Wicked Woods, posted by Donald Cohen. I advise that no one step foot in the Black Hills Forest. Lately, when I go on hikes in those woods, I notice the trees are different. They aren't in the same places I remember. I know those woods. I've been taking hikes there every Sunday morning for the past 2 years. I know them like the back of my hand. But lately, it feels almost as if the trees move around when I'm not looking, and that the path I always follow never takes me to the same place twice. Alexander Johnson says, sounds like you're having a few down at Patrick's before your hikes. Piss off, Alexander. I know what I'm seeing. Karen replies, I believe you, Donnie. Something's wrong with those woods, and it has been for centuries. You know, I've had nightmares about them ever since I was a little girl. About lurking, hairy creatures and trees whose branches carve into my skin like knives. I've been dreaming things like that since I was 5 years old, which was a long time before I ever heard any of the stories about the place. There was no earthly explanation for that. Elias says, I was just out in the forest for the first time, fishing with my son, and he wouldn't stop begging me to leave. He said he saw a woman staring at us, but I didn't see a thing. So we moved downstream. After settling in the new spot, my son began screaming and crying. Again, he said he saw the same figure hanging from a tree, and every time I looked, there was nothing there. He's usually such a level-headed kid. I don't know if the woods are cursed, but I won't be going back. Andrea Tan, who was the counselor for Liam, you're just searching for a reason where it might not exist. People have strange dreams when they're stressed out, or when they're sleep deprived, or when they eat something that doesn't entirely agree with them before bed. I don't think the Black Hills Forest is wicked or cursed or anything like that. Donald asks, then how do you explain the trees? How do you explain the missing Kent kid? Diane gets in. You know my cousin Michelle? She was hanging out in the History Museum the other day, and she overheard Anthony Rapinoe talking on the phone to someone about an investigator from out of town. Not sure what he meant by that. Maybe FBI? Finding new evidence that proved Liam was hanging out in the History Museum before he disappeared. Apparently, he sounded pretty upset. I don't know why Sheriff Lanning hasn't brought him in for further questioning. Melvin Hawthorne. Probably because it's a lost cause. That boy's been gone for months. There's no point in questioning anybody anymore. And then Alice Elliott Colson says, no, those symbols are sigils. I'm telling you, it's the witch. It's the witch. Okay. So those are the updates on the website, and then we've got to put the name of whoever Liam was talking to on the tip line, which means everything else we're going to do here is going to happen with the physical clues that were in this box. So we have another pamphlet. Cool. And I can put this one on the screen as well, I believe. 102 physical. Here we go. Unzipping. And I wonder if I can, well, interesting. Well, whatever. We're going to see some things here in just a moment, everybody. So this is the Burkittsville History Museum pamphlet. Similar to the map, but different. Newly renovated, open for business. Hours, they're closed on Mondays, so don't bother, okay? And I think this is the one where I have a reference to Chrissy in there. Let's see. Ready for print. Book no. Search party reports. Huh. Do I not have... Oh, that's 103. Oh, I see. Historical Society. That's security reports. Inventory, letter from Rosemary, carved figure, lore pamphlet. Yep. All right. It's called lore pamphlet. Here we go. So this is the pamphlet, but this is the design file, so it actually opens... Well, I guess I don't suppose it necessarily matters. Is that the book with a picture of me in it? Is there a picture of me in this? Am I in this? Physically? I don't think I am. Is that the book with a picture of me in it? What are you talking about, Matthew? All right, let's see here. full screen this and zoom a little bit. All right, let's see. About Us. Look at this stuff. Oh, and there's cipher. Totally different type of cipher too. Invented symbols, so that'll be tricky. The Burkittsville History Museum is one of the oldest and proudest institutions in our historic community, dedicated to collecting historical texts, land records, regional folklore, and more. A recent fire threatened this historical building, but we're proud to have renovated the Burkittsville History Museum, ensuring the architecture remains faithful to even the earliest documented incarnations of the building. There's a group photo? Interesting. I don't know. And then, yeah, we're going to need to find some way for me to take this text. I mean, I guess the easiest thing to do would just be to take a screenshot of this, and then I can manipulate it later. There we go. Have you seen her? The Burkittsville History Museum wants to hear any stories you have to share. Drop us a line or join us at one of our open mic events. They have open mic nights. And then, yeah, there's that little log cabin. The History Museum is real. Here we go. If you were referring to these, Matthew, I am not in these photos. I don't know what these are. That'd be cool, though. I would love it if I had like an actual like little cameo in here. All right, see the forest for the... Oh, this is me. There I am. Burkittsville, Maryland has a rich history. The Battle of Burkittsville saw a tactical win for Union soldiers during the Civil War, and several of the buildings on Main Street have stood where they stand for centuries. And, of course, what Burkittsville is chiefly known for is our local folklore. Legend has it that an old witch resides in our Black Hills forest, cursing those who set foot in her woods. Is she real? And then some sort of a ciphered answer. Many believers and skeptics alike have taken the pilgrimage to fair Burkittsville to ask this very question. While you'll find a wide range of answers among those who live and work in Burkittsville, history tells us that the earliest residents of the area certainly believed in her. Where Burkittsville now sits was once a town known as Blair, although the town's residents fled the area in the late 1700s. It wasn't until 1824 that Burkittsville was officially chartered, and the rest, as they say, is history. Now, again, similarly, I think you're probably supposed to use the black light to reveal that text because it's not present here. So, if I were to do that, am I going to see it? I do not. Interesting. How do you reveal that? Well, maybe there's yet another way. This is the Kristen reference right here. If you're trying to find the truth behind all the stories, you need to visit the Burkittsville History Museum. User Chili Chrissy on 5Square. That's Chillin' Kristen's. That's her online handle thing. That's a reference to Kristen in the Blair Witch. Let's take another screenshot because I'm seeing a ton of ciphers here. Local flavor. Do you fear the Blair Witch? Well, rather than go hiking through her woods, come enjoy our collected writings on some of her most infamous haunts. The Burkittsville History Museum boasts the largest collection of material relating to life in historical Blair, as well as the art and craftsmanship of its residents. Take some pictures of the artifacts we've discovered in the woods to remember your trip. The Burkittsville History Museum staff was friendly, knowledgeable, and gave me tons of stories to share with my friends. User Call Me Dr. Pritchard said on 5Square. That's a reference to my wife. Local events. The Burkittsville History Museum is the proud sponsor of many local events. Our fair town is bursting with fun activities and public events, many free of charge. Whether you want to learn more about the rich history of Burkittsville or you have a story to share, there's an event for you. Presentations. The Battle of Burkittsville, a not-so-civil war. First Monday of every month, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Meet outside. And a little cipher there. Guided tours of Old Blair. Open mic. This is really happening. Every second and fourth Wednesday, 6 to 8 p.m., the Silver Moon Diner. That's funny. That photo. Was always wondering if that was you in the hat. No, that's not me. Nope. Presentation. The real story of the Blair Witch. Last Monday of every month. And a bunch of trees around that. Historical reenactments. The past comes to life. Run by the Greater Frederick County Historical Preservation Society. Weather permitting. Book your private event at the Burkittsville History Museum. So I think I wrote at least a bunch of this, if not all of it. Let me check something real quick. Matthew, you said you sent something via Instagram. Is it that photo? Ah, right. Yeah, no, not me. Not me. I would love that, though. Do I know these people? Oh, I do! I do know these people. I know some of them, at least. Let me see. This is... Oh, wait, she's not on screen. Hold on. Right there. This is Melissa LaMartina. She directed the audio performances at the end of each of these episodes and did a lot of media at Hunt a Killer. She is now a director. She directed For Sale by Exorcist. That's a new movie that's out. She works on those WNUF movies. I wonder if her husband's behind her or if this was... I wonder what this photo is. I'm not sure. It's just grainy enough that I'm not 100% on people, but I'm pretty sure that's Melissa. So that's fun. All right, Melissa's got a reference in here. Security Inc., the red. So yeah, that's Security Inc., which means it's revealed somehow. I don't know. But we've got that new cipher to make sense of. Now, I do have other documents here. Let's see. Okay. Burkittsville History Museum Incident Report by Anthony Rapinoe. Description of incident. Last night at around 9:15 p.m. Man, I'm getting old, dude. I can't figure out what makes it easier for me to read. Glasses or no glasses. I need new glasses, everybody. Everybody, send me all your old glasses and I'll find one that works. And then those will be my new glasses. Here we go. I began to hear what sounded like a voice coming from the basement. I was the only staff member on duty. I'd already made sure that the building was clear of patrons, and I'm always sure to keep the door to the basement firmly locked. As soon as I managed to convince myself that I had imagined the voice the first time, I heard it again. This time, I could swear that it said my name. I called out back to it, saying something along the lines of, "Who's there? The museum is closed. You need to leave." I received no response for a long moment, but then I heard what was clearly the sound of laughter echoing up from the basement. At that point, because I was feeling more than a little spooked, I grabbed the heaviest object on my desk as a potential weapon. It was a volume of the encyclopedia. Then I followed the ominous noise to the basement door. When I reached the locked door, I could clearly hear someone or something moving around mere inches behind it. There was a slow scratching noise, like metal on wood. But when I opened the door, all I could see was the empty stairwell leading down into pitch darkness. Then I heard footsteps and shuffling coming from somewhere inside that darkness. I loudly announced that the museum was closed again, that anyone present would need to leave immediately, and that I was about to call the sheriff. There was no reply, but the sound of footsteps continued and started to head up the stairs and toward me. That's when I chucked the encyclopedia down the stairs as hard as I could, slammed the basement door shut, and locked it. Then I phoned the sheriff's office. Deputy Weathers, that's probably a Scream reference, I don't know if I wrote this, was dispatched and arrived less than 5 minutes later. He looked around the basement, declared that there was nothing there, and made a frankly disparaging comment about my masculinity before leaving. It was only after Deputy Weathers left, when I reluctantly went to gather the damaged encyclopedia, that I noticed the below symbols carved into a section of the topmost basement stair. I photographed the evidence, and promptly left the building. I'm attaching a photograph of the carvings I found as evidence. And so I should most likely just pull that up digitally, I would think. That way I can take a nice, clean screenshot. And indeed, here it is. Oops, bingo. Zoom, boom. Zoom, and a boom. And there we go. Screenshot snipped. Here we go. Next incident report. I only got a quick glimpse of the individual from behind. It was a male around 6'2" in height, but it was difficult to tell because he was slouching very heavily. He was wearing a long, filthy coat and mud-stained boots. He moved with a loping gait. It was about 2 hours ago, around 10 p.m. I witnessed an unknown individual trespassing in the museum. I was searching through the attic storage section, looking for anything that we might want to include in the upcoming Civil War in Burkittsville exhibit, when I felt something strange happen. The air in the room seemed to become drastically colder all of a sudden, and I was overcome with the sinking feeling that I wasn't alone. Then I turned around and saw that, in fact, there was someone crouching down about 5 feet away from me, rifling through a storage cabinet. His back was turned to me, but I gasped loudly when I saw him, and it was clear from his body language that he knew I was there. When the stranger heard me gasp, he slowly stood up. Then he just walked away, not turning around or acknowledging me at all. He climbed down the attic stairs, and, fearing for my safety and frankly unable to move, I made zero attempt to pursue him. I huddled in a corner of the attic, clutching an antique bayonet, called the sheriff's office, and remained where I sat until Deputy Weathers arrived. So Deputy Weathers is going to come say some more shit. Weathers searched the museum up and down 3 times alongside me, but we couldn't find any evidence of the man I had seen. We also didn't find any sign of breaking and entering. All possible entrances to the museum were locked when we searched them. Deputy Weathers then had the nerve to threaten to write me up for wasting police resources. After Weathers left, I went to check on the storage cabinet that the intruder had been looking through. It's mostly dedicated to oral transcripts of 19th and 20th century folk tales, but also contains a few samples of jewelry and other apparel from the time period. After cross-referencing the cabinet's contents with our inventory, I can confirm that nothing was stolen from the cabinet. However, it appears that one item has been added to it. It appears to be a talisman made from sticks and twine, shaped roughly like a human figure. Objects like this have occasionally appeared around town close to the time of an unexplained death or disappearance. I'm going to go home now, and I'm going to take a personal day tomorrow. Yeah, he saw something spooky. Something not too good. And here's a feedback form. We at the Burkittsville History Museum proudly strive to improve your experience as guests. Please take a moment to reflect on your visit, to highlight your favorite exhibits, and to suggest anything we can do to improve your future visits. Comments. My family drove out to your museum from 3 counties over after seeing the glowing write-up of your establishment in Untold Tales magazine, thinking that we'd have a nice weekend outing and learn something along the way. While we were waylaid by some car trouble that stalled us by a few hours, a tire blew out as we were driving down the road that goes along the edge of the forest, and it took me a long time to install the spare we keep in our trunk. We still arrived with ample time to take a quick look through the museum. Or so we thought. Per the information listed directly outside of the building itself, we arrived 1 full hour before closing. Why, then, was the building already locked at that time? Why was I forced to explain to my 2 temperamental children that it was time to turn around and go all the way back home? To make matters worse, as I knocked on the door to the building, I saw an employee standing not 10 feet away from us. He was facing away from me, hunched over a book or something, but he straightened up as soon as I knocked on the door, so he obviously heard me. However, he didn't even turn around. He just calmly walked away through some door without even acknowledging our presence. I have never witnessed such baffling rudeness in my entire life. I am going to leave your establishment a scathing review on 5 Square, and I will never take my family to this sad excuse for a town again. And then, Anthony got in trouble. His boss wrote on this. What the hell, Anthony? This was filed on Saturday. Unacceptable behavior. I've put up with your eccentricities for a long time, but if they're going to start negatively affecting guest relations, then I'll have no choice but to throw the book at you, so to speak. See me in my office as soon as you get in. And then I think this must have been written by Anthony at the very bottom. Rosie, this complaint was filed by a museum guest exactly 1 week before Liam went missing. I don't know who it was those people saw that day, but it wasn't me. It couldn't have been. I've been closing the museum 2 hours early every Saturday for the past 6 months. I'm a member of this historical reenactment band? And it's the only time people are willing to practice. I play bugle for the Union Army. It's a stupid reason to cut work, but nobody ever noticed until now because I'm the only employee on duty Saturdays and because museum attendance is so low across the board. The entire place was locked when they saw this man, whoever he was, and none of the alarms were tripped at any point that day. He shouldn't have been able to get inside. He shouldn't have been there. But they saw him, clear as day. Up until now, it was just me that was witnessing this kind of presence in the building. But this proves that I'm not seeing things. I didn't tell Joseph or the sheriff about any of this because I was already in enough trouble as it was, and I can't afford to lose this job. It was so stupid of me to stay quiet. I'm so sorry. I hope you can forgive me. All right. Yeah. Maggie, you're right. I mean, like, but that's pretty good. You got to admit. If his point is it can't have been me because my dereliction of duty, that's pretty damn good. And he plays the bugle on Saturdays, and he closes 2 hours earlier than usual. So, Sunday to Saturday, 12 to 6 p.m. So he closes it at 4 because he plays the bugle. And we have this from the Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m. historical reenactments. Last Monday. What's the bugle? Open mic, the real story of the Blair Witch, historical reenactments, 4 to 6. So he closed the museum at 4. He closed the museum 2 hours early, and then that shadowy figure was in there. So we've also got these pages. I wonder if these are the Hudson notes? I'm not sure. Let's see. It's strange to think that this may be the last time I come this far out into the forest after spending my entire youth running around this place with an abandon that frankly bordered on stupidity. Guess that's what happens when there's nobody at home who cares enough to keep tabs on you, and a tiny party who wants to trip into the creek and hit your head on a rock just to show them that they should have cared. Yikes. He says there's a little historical museum in my town that looks almost exactly like that I can imagine a bugle playing curator working there. Yeah, exactly. I love that. I love that kind of thing. We've got a few things here as well. It's great. Nevertheless, in a few short weeks, I'm going to be a father. I've got my own family to think about, and being a father means developing a sense of self-preservation for your kids' sake, if not your own. So this is my goodbye to a place that's been very important to me for many years. Hopefully once I've got what I have to say off my chest and leave this letter behind me, I can close out this chapter of my life for good. Ever since I found this place as a teenager, I knew there was something special about it. Special doesn't match safe, of course, but it does mean fascinating, especially for a precocious and impulsive kid. I stumbled on this strange little hollow by total chance after I had gotten some knockdown into some knockdown drag-out fight with my mother and ran away from home with nothing but a few quarters and an empty lighter in my pockets. The first thing that struck me when I walked in was that the outside sound didn't seem to penetrate the hollow at all. No cracking twigs or rustling leaves, only the sound of my own breath. The second thing that struck me was the thing at the center of the place, the twisted, hollow stump of a tree with bark as white as maggots. What? I remember Anthony talking about the Blair Witch being tied to a twisted white tree, and then there's a cipher at the very bottom there that we will solve. I went over to get a closer look, and when I put my hand on the bark, it was colder than I expected it to be. Then I felt a sharp pain in my palm. I'd managed to get the most wicked splinter imaginable, and ended up bleeding all over the tree as well as myself. I started to feel numb and lightheaded, and I left. I got home right before sunset. That's one local taboo that I've never broken, and that I never will break. Knowing about all the people who've gone missing after staying out too long was enough to make me make that concession, at least. I used to go out to the hollow a few times a week, always in the daytime. I'd write in my journal and while away the hours, which seemed to pass in a matter of minutes out there. One time in the hollow, I wrote a note that I never intended to send to a girl I knew was miles out of my league. I couldn't bring myself to throw it out or to destroy it, but I was too mortified to keep it anywhere that another living soul might be able to find it. So I shoved it to the very back of the hollow hole of this tree. Then there's more cipher there. I know that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I still couldn't help but feel as though it did. For a short time after that, this was our spot. Her house wasn't the happiest place to be at the time. what with Jess staying over to deal with her whole ex-husband situation. I'd dare Rosemary to go out and find the notes that I wrote for her, and she'd find them and leave me some of her own. I thought that if neither of us had a place to be happy of our own, I could make a place for us to be happy together from scratch. Maybe it was naive of me to think that there was any place for joy in the forest, after all the tragedy that's taken place here. Rosemary certainly started to think so after a while anyway. But even though she hasn't come out here since high school, I've still visited sometimes, just to look at the remnants of our old love notes, or to occasionally squirrel away something new into the tree's hollow. I always liked the image of paper, the pulp of a dissected tree, being buried within a tree that was dead itself. I like the thought of Rosemary's and my love notes returning to the earth while our bodies are still out in the real world, alive. Then there's some more cipher. But the recurring nightmare that I've started to have about this place lately has been enough to scare even me away. Almost every night I dream that I'm buried underneath that stump. I try to claw my way up, but I never make it to the surface. Ever since I've started to have that dream, I've felt a stronger cipher than ever before. Cipher. Either way, I have a strong feeling that cipher. I'm still going to have to go into the forest sometimes for my livelihood. After all, I've got a family now, and they're going to depend on me for a long time. But I can be careful. I'll keep leaving before sunset. I'll never, ever bring any of this up to Rosemary. She shouldn't have to worry about it. Not when she's going to have a new child on her hands so soon. And that's that. So we'll go through that note again, and I'll pull the ciphered bits. And we'll make sense of that. So that was from Hudson. And then I think these are Liam and the mysterious stranger that he's been speaking to. I know you're out there. I see you in the forest all the time, and I bet you're watching me leave this note for you right now. Who are you? Come on. This note's been on the path for days. There's no way you haven't seen it. Answer me, or I'll call the cops and tell them there's a weird man following me. Answer, or I'll stop coming out into the woods. And then he must have come back to this page and found some weird text. What does that mean? And then there's just more weird language. Okay, so that took me forever to work out, but I think I get it now. And then Liam writes back in his own ciphered language. Cipher response. And then Liam replies, I think we're going to have to solve this and then maybe do the reading. Okay. Good God. Good gravy. All right. So, there's not a ton that's physically in the box. That's all the stuff. But it's going to take some time to literally solve. So, we may as well get to work. Now, where to begin? What, we want to do maybe Hudson first? Or, yeah, let's do Hudson's letter. We fully read that most recently, so we may as well do that here. Now, I am going to do what? I'm going to... This is a fairly familiar cipher. This is a normal cipher, so to speak. It's called a pigpen cipher. Again, I happen to know a lot of this stuff from working at Hunt-A-Killer. Pigpen cipher. Let's go ahead and here we go. Or is it that, or is it? Yeah, I think that's that. All right, so let's copy that. Bring it over here. Oh, great. That didn't do anything. Come back here, and I just need one. Come on now. Copy image. Come on down. Dude, are you kidding me? Just let me take it. Download. SVG.
You're at 337 Harper Place.
What the, whoa. Siri just starts reading my address out. Thanks, Siri. Shut up. Stop it. Close. Okay. Not helpful. Pig pen. Copy image. Now, some of this, too, is written inside Liam's journal. If you use the blacklight, you can see how a pig pen cipher works inside his journal. For the sake of ease, I'm just going to go ahead and take my own here. There we go. Okay. So now we've got that. Come over here. This is the Hudson letter. We're going to zoom in on a relevant portion of it, and I'll put it right down here, right below my face. Boom. So that's what we're trying to solve. And I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. So, give me some text. Okay. So here's the way a pigpen cipher works. Right here, I'm seeing this little R-shaped thing that's showing that it is a vertical line with a horizontal line at the top, which means that it's the letter I, because there's a vertical line here, horizontal line at the top. So, I space F E L T. I felt. I felt in M. I assume Y. Yep. I felt in my G U T H. This has got to be. Oh boy. T H A T. I felt that. T H. I felt that this. W A S T H E S A M E O N E. I felt in my gut that this was the same one. So, I remembered Anthony talking about the Blair Witch being tied to a twisted white tree. I felt in my gut that this was the same one. So Hudson is saying that the stump that he found out that he and Rosemary kept their notes in, he thinks is the tree that Ellie Kedward was tied to when she was left in the woods. That's pretty cool. All right, next one. Okay. R O S E M A R Y. Rosemary. Okay. So we're on the right track. We're on the right track. A S. Okay. Rosemary asked me to Rosemary asked me to get I'm assuming dinner with H-E-R. Rosemary asked me to get dinner with her at THESIL at the Silver Moon. The V-E-R, the very next day? Okay. Okay. So, I couldn't bring myself to throw it out or destroy it. Ah, cute. One time I was in the hollow, I wrote a note that I never intended to send to a girl that was miles out of my league. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away or destroy it, but I was too mortified to keep it anywhere that another living soul might be able to find it. So I shoved it into the very back of the hollow hole of this tree. Rosemary asked me to get dinner with her at the Silver Moon the very next day. I know that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I still couldn't help feel as though it did. That's very sweet. So he was talking about his wife that whole time. Okay. Oh. I didn't notice this. There's a secret message on the back of this note too, in the other language. Okay. Here we go. DEATH. Death. Yikes. DOES. Death doesn't always, I'm assuming. Yeah. Death doesn't always mean FINAL. My mind is blanking out. Hold on. Finality. N-O. Not. Not when. Death doesn't always mean finality, not when love remains. Rosemary and my love notes return to the earth while our bodies are still out in the real world alive. Death doesn't always mean finality, not when love remains. He's a little romantic. Ever since I've started having that dream, I've felt a stronger PULL. A stronger pull to the forest, I'm going to assume. Yeah. A stronger pull to the forest than ever before. Was I ever going was I ever going out? Was I ever going out there of my own free will at all? Interesting. Maggie says, one of my favorite quotes is similar. It's from Welcome to Nightfall. It's, death is only the end if you assume the story is about you. I like that. I like that a lot. Either way, I have a strange feeling that if I ever visit the hollow again, I'm not going to be Oh, is this right? A, B. Yeah. A, B. Able to come back. Huh. I have the strange feeling that if I ever visit the Hollow again, I'm not going to be able to come back. Huh. Welcome to Night Vale. Ah, nice. I'm still going into the forest sometimes for my livelihood. Oh, that's so okay. And then he did die. And here we go. Here's some of the next cipher that we're gonna have to solve. I'll see you soon, Dad. Like you said. And I wonder if... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is going to be a real thing, huh? Is it possible for me to... Can I... take this? Okay. I can. All right, here we go. This is going to be a mess. This is going to be an absolute mess. Give me my alphabet. Here we go. It's time to party, everybody. This is some classic Hunt-A-Killer stuff. Classic. We've got symbols, and they obviously correspond to letters of the alphabet. What is what? I don't know. So, we are going to have to build our own alphabet. Where does one character begin and end? I don't know. Do I have any other examples of... Okay. I think this like G looking thing ends there. There's like a vertical line that comes right after it, but I'm not convinced that that is part of the character. I think it's a separate thing. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, while we're going off the deep end, let me just make sure. All right, we're doing okay. Okay. G thing now. The vertical line, is that on its own or is that part of this backwards K looking thing? Do I have any other example? Every time I see that vertical line, I also see the backwards K, right? Backwards K. Apostrophe, vertical line, backwards K. I'm going to assume that this is all one character. It's a risky assumption. But I'm going to do it. Because you know what they say, when you assume, you're probably going to be right. And then I'm going to do the same, assuming that this CL is one character as well. Okay. Oh, good God. The backwards K and the line are together? Do you know the answers and stuff, Maggie, or are you making the same... Are you doing the same like logic as me, or do you have insight here? It repeats. Okay, yes. All right, so we're doing the same thing. And this Q thing. I mean, this one message alone seems to give us a decent chunk of whatever this alphabet is, right? Yeah, exactly. All right, you and I are on the same page. And then the thing with a line on top of it we already have, so that's a repeating character. So we'll do this. I know, I love it too. My hope is that if I get and remain organized, this will be easy to solve when we have more of it, you know? The line backwards K is a vowel. Okay. And then we already have this G thing. The 3 circles, that was also present on the wood carved figure that's in the box. It was inside the pencil case. Now, what do we make of this? This like W situation here. Is this all one character or is this multiple characters? I'm going to treat it like it's all one because I don't know. The fact that it's symmetrical, I don't know if it's like the odds of it being symmetrical. Yeah, it's all one thing. I agree. Matthew, do you know, or are you also making inferences? All right, this 3. Okay, now this hashtag. Matthew knows. Okay. So you're good insight, especially if you're like a wonderful fail-safe too. All right, we have the line thing, we have the G thing, we have the T thing. We don't have whatever this is, this NP situation. Yeah, this is giving us a lot of an alphabet, right? You have a notebook where you solved it all. Cool. All right, I assume this is one character, this box. Okay, this is that, I think. So we have that. We have the G. We have the 3 dots. We have that. We have that. We have that. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 characters out of a 26-letter alphabet. That's pretty damn good. We're only maybe missing 11 symbols from this. That's not bad. And yeah, we can maybe assume the line backward K. Oh, Maggie, you think it's a vowel? I was going to say it could be a T or an S because of the apostrophe, but maybe this is like a YOURE type situation. I don't know. Let's leave that there for the time being. And let me open now the Liam's correspondence document. This has so much of that. God damn. Oh, no. All right. Okay. Okay. Answer me or I'm coming out of I'm going to stop coming out of the woods. And then we get more characters. So, let's hoocha badoocha. What do we need here? We need to... Can't see shit. I'm so old. Okay. Take that. Copy. Bring it here. Right? And then I just need to set the table of like, what ingredients do we have? You know? We have that. We have the hashtag thing. We have that. We have that. We have that. Okay. We don't have this 6 thing, right? Or this G, whatever this is. I want that. Give me that. This gets us up to 16 letters of our alphabet. We don't have this drum thing, whatever this is. Is that an apostrophe or is that part of it? I don't know, so I'm going to take it. 17 characters of an alphabet. We have that, we have that. We don't have this thing. This little percentage symbol. So I'm going to take that. Do we have the rest of it? We do. We have the rest of it. So I'm just going to take this percentage guy. We're only missing 8 characters of an alphabet. Now, I'm going to assume now. I'm going to make an assumption. Hashtag thing is an M. I think this first letter is I'm. Right? Two-letter word with an apostrophe in it. I'm going to assume it's I am. I'm. So, let's, following that assumption, try some shit. So, I'm popping this guy as an I. You know what? For the sake of legibility, I'll put it above the letter. And then hashtag M. And then I'm going to take this, bring it here. Let's make it smaller. I'm. And then do any of those repeat? There's an I. It could be another big assumption. Could be ending in ing. Okay, we're going to leave that for now. What does that mean? More cipher. That took a while to work out, but I think I get it now. So something here at least let Liam understand this. What other new characters do we have? I don't think we have this. We're going to end up with the whole goddamn alphabet. All right, let's... I'm scared. So scared. What? Give me that. Give me that. Why don't I know what I'm doing? Ever. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Fumbling around. What do these symbols mean up here? What is this? Give me that? No, that wasn't it. Give me that? No, that wasn't it. That was some sort of sticky note. How was I doing this before? Here we go. Boom. And take that. Bring it over there. All right. So we don't, I think, have this T with the slashes presently. No, we don't. So I'm going to take that. That could be a T. This could be the word the. Again, assumptions are risky. But man, I'm a risky boy. We have that. We have that. We don't have this thing. Do we? No. This like backwards P, which then repeats. We have that. I think we have this B. We do. Line. Drum. Is this a dash? Oh, wait. The drum thing. Remember I was confused with the drum. Ah, the drum does have a little thing next to it. Then the nose, the K, the squiggle G, the T. We have that. The swirly B again. The line. Oh. Now this CL thing. Wait, maybe we do have that. We do. CL. That. Question mark. Interesting. That, which is a repeat there. Q we have. Hashtag we have. That we have. QT. Got it. Oh, double. That's huge. What two-letter thing is usually come back to back? Got it. I think we have all the ingredients we need, right? And repeated things. THE. Again, I don't know. But why not try? THE. So maybe, let's say that's... What am I saying is a T? I'm saying the thing that looks like a T is a T. And I'm saying this could be an H. Right? TH. And I'm saying this little crossy guy could be an E. Are there enough of the crossy guys for it to seem like an E? We would see a lot of those because E is very common. I do see a few. Let's give it a shot. We can be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. All right. I'm E something. Question mark, we don't know. And then H. H blank blank, and then we think that is another H. Uh-oh, that ain't good. Wheel of Fortune method. Most use letters. Yeah, exactly. I don't know about that. But then I'm making assumptions down here that the first word is the, right? That was what that was predicated on. So the, and then we think that T is an E. We don't know that. Don't know that. H, E, That. I don't know. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then an actual question mark. And that would be T. Don't know. M. Time? No. No. It can't be because I presently think that that little plus sign is an E. What I have labeled as H is I. Huh. Okay. Well, my brain's melting. Congratulations. Okay. It's by itself in the third block, so it's a vowel. Ah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yes. Ah, one of these is an A and one of these is an I. So I think, yeah. Okay. All right, so ignore everything that I have typed in translating it. But great point. A, the double block thing, is that also stands alone? This double thing could either be an E or an L or an S. I think the 3 dots could be, well, whatever. All right, so with that in mind, well, hold on. A apostrophe something wouldn't work. So let's reverse them. Right? Maybe this square thing is the I. And I'm going to keep that as the M. Yeah, bingo. All right, we're on the same page, Matthew. And now what I added as an H before, these should be, given this logic at least, these should be A's. Right? Because I was assuming, yeah, the squiggly, yeah. A. E is still an assumption, but I'm feeling a lot better about that. And now block here at the end would be an I. So again, maybe that's ING, right? It's a guess. I mean, it's all pretty much a guess, but that's okay. I'll make those assumptions again in a moment. So T-H-E. So I think I'm wrong about T-H-E. That's not... Oh, wait. T-A. Yeah, because that would end up being an A. What's a 3-letter word? Yeah, no. That's not a T then. It's because the hashtag that I thought that might have been right here. That's why I thought that might have been an M. So anything I thought was an H now needs to become an I. Or an A. Yikes. Can? Yeah. Okay. Can. So now we're thinking this T thing could be a C. So T thing, where are you? Come over to C. Yes, because it ends with a question, right? Can you understand? Can. Y-O-U? So now we're saying the plus thing is not an E, it's an N. So that means that these plus things, it's N. Understand. Yeah, that's working so far. Understand. Blank. Hashtaggy thing. I'm still keeping as an M at the moment. Whew. Yikes. Okay. Plus thingy. I'm N. I'm not, right? That would make a certain amount of sense. No. Well, then this is not ing. Can you understand this? Nice. So Y. Where's my little 3 friend? YOU. YOU, and then another U. N, D. UND, E. This little thing with a hat is an E. UNDER. R is the nose. Good God. S is the upside down nose. T is the K thing. A, N, D. This needs to be a D again, which is the little B thing, so that works. And then you're saying this, so T, that works. H, we haven't arranged that yet, so that's the CL thing. I, we're now saying is this thing, right? Yeah, can you understand this? And S, that does work. Can you understand this? So Matthew, thank you. Did you solve that just now, or are you giving me that? Either way, it's fine. All right. Can you understand this? Space, C. You're quick. O, M, E. Come on. T, R, and then where's my little 3 guy? 3 guys somewhere, right? Come on, try. Little. Yeah. Nice. Okay. So the double, that's the T. Yep, confirmed. L is what we just learned. Come on, try a little. And then my CL, bud. You're up here, right? Harder or something? HAR, yeah. D, correct. ER. Come on, try a little harder. I. Blank N. O. I know. So this guy's that's a K. Yeah, it's worth doing this work now because we'll be able to apply this. Oh, the thing that looks like a W is a W. I know you can. I know you can do it. Yes. All right. So what else did we just learn? This thing here, where did we see that? Or is this up here? Okay. What was the thing that looked like the little B? Do? D? Oh, I had 2 of those. All right, whatever. Kill that. The NP thing is up here. We haven't solved that yet. That's fine. This G thing appears here. So I'm... Now let's just go ahead and kill all that. The Q thing is an O. That's a T, I think. I'm not. And we don't know that yet, right? E. R. I'm not very something. I'm not very. T. A. Oh, wait. I'm not very talkative. Is that right? I sort of intuited that. The Notebook's in the basement and I'm lazy. I wouldn't call this lazy. I think you just cracked this case wide open. I'm not very talkative. Talk. Yes. Yes. Ativ. This is a V. E. All right. We've got that. So, then the only character that we are missing of what Liam wrote to his father is whatever this is. So, here we go. Let's apply it all. Death. Death. Does. Like you said, Dad, death doesn't. Right? Yeah. Always mean finality? Was that what it was? Yeah, like you said, Dad, death doesn't always mean finality, so that's the F. So the only things that we're missing are B, G, J, P, Q, X, and Z. All right. Oh, okay, we're putting in the good work. This is important work. This is the most important thing a person can do, really. Okay, I get it now. All right, so this is Liket, like this. God damn it! See, like this is the crazy thing. Is like once you start to like get this stuff, you can just start to kind of read it, and I can never decide if I'm happy with that or not, or if I'm like annoyed that now I'm starting to get it. Anyway, okay, we're gonna do some more of this language. Here we go. Give me that, and give me that. Take that, bring it here. Now then, let's solve. So y. Yes. T-H-A-T. Yes, that's it. Very clever. Y-O. Your. And then this NP turned out to be F or something? Yeah. Your finally fit fat you're fat. Hey, you're fat. All right, you're fast. F-A-T. Okay. C-L. CL is here somewhere. Your father. Oh. Of course. Your father. M. Must. H-A. Must have. This is a new character, but question E-E. Been. That's got to be a B. All right. Your father must have been very proud. Yeah. Pretty sure. O-U-D. P-R-O-U-D. Now we have a P. Yeah, we have more characters here. I'm going to take those. Why don't I just take them this way? Hold on a second. P. Your father. Oh, this one right here. Bin. Very clever. Your father must have been very proud. I think he was, or at least I hope so. You know, I thought you were him at first. I'd see you in the forest out near where it happened, and I'd think about all the stories there are about this place. There's tons of evidence that time and space don't work out here like they do everywhere else. Even my dad would say so sometimes. Plus, I mean, if people can vanish so easily in the forest without explanation, why shouldn't they be able to reappear too? They almost never find bodies when people go missing, even when they search for months and months. I figured that might mean people who die in the forest don't really die. I guess I was wrong, though. That's a very interesting theory, Liam. I wouldn't be so quick to discount it. Yikes. You know my name? Does it frighten you that I do? I mean, yes, but at the same time, you've had a million chances to attack me or murder me or whatever since I've come out here alone pretty much every day for the past few years. You haven't done any of those things, though, which makes me think you might not be out to get me. But what are you doing, then? What are you? I'm more of an absence than a presence. Here we go. Oops. Here we go. N-O-T, not a... See, okay. Not a witch. Not a... This is driving me crazy. H. Not a witch. Not a human. Not a... Right? The F, N, P. Yeah. Not a F. R. Not a friend. Not a foe. Not not alive. Not dead. Not a witch, not a human, not a friend, not a foe, not alive, not dead. Wow. All right. That explains it. Thanks. Cleared that all up. You're not the Blair Witch? Yeah, no, that's right. Ah! God damn it. No. A-L. Although... A-L-T... H O U G. We have the G now. H. What? Okay. All right. Good God. Thank you. Got it. Oh. Okay, Maggie. Mute away. Have a good meeting. Although I H-E-A ear. I hear her. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Sometimes I feel the compulsive wait. C-O-M-P-U-L, that's correct. S, that's correct. That's correct. Compulsion. She seeds. What? Feel the compulsion. She seeds into my head. Is this right? No. My heart. Huh. Okay. You're not the Blair Witch? No, although I hear her sometimes. I feel the compulsions she seeds into my heart. Can't you? Well, he has been getting into fights. Sometimes I go kind of numb and just sort of act without thinking. Other times a thought pops into my head that feels like it's not even mine. Is that her? It happens the most often when I'm out walking in the forest. You know, this guy proved that he can write. Not in code. We know this now. Okay. She appears in many different, I almost wrote different ways. Boom. And then Liam responds in code. Liam's getting witchy. Liam's getting witchy, everybody. That ain't good. What's your name? Anyway. Here we go. This is what we need to send to Rosemary, right? What's your name anyway? You can call me... There you go. You can call me Carver. You can call me Carver is a very important bit of phrasing. Carver is a character that was first introduced in the 2019 video game for PlayStation 4, which again is what Lionsgate specifically wanted us to adhere to. He was an antagonistic figure in that game. Is this the Carver from that game? Or you can call me Carver is that very, very important phrasing that implies sometimes people go by that name. We'll leave that open to interpretation. You can call me Carver. We could beat the thing now, but that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to archive and make sense of things. Okay. How long have you been out here? As you said, time works differently in the forest. Do you like, right? Like, yeah. Do you like my, what is this? IFT? Gift. This is G. We already have that, do we? I guess we do. Oh, we do. It didn't look familiar to me. I found it for you in a very old hollow. How did you get that? I have my ways. That note was written before I was born. It should be nothing but pulp by now. As you said, time works differently in the forest. It really does. Things that should be gone are still out there. Things and what? Things and occasionally people, I'm assuming. Yeah. You know, I heard your mother the other night. Your house is close enough to the forest edge for me to listen in. She sent you to your room like a child, all because you spoke your mind. She doesn't like when I talk about him, like he's still alive. She says it's unhealthy. She doesn't get that the real unhealthy behavior would be for me to give up on him if there's any chance he's still out there. Is he? Is my dad out in the woods? Please just tell me. Yeah. He's getting manipulated, this kid. If I was getting pretty good at this, but sometimes it still holds me up for a minute. If he was, I could help you find him. I can't stand to see a friend. No. A family torn apart. You know, he wasn't able to finish his last words to you before he choked on his own blood. But what he wanted to say was, thank God that you're all right. How do you know that? I'm connected to this place and everything in it. Before he choked on his own blood. Carver. Baby. You're talking to a kid. Try to chill out. L-I-V. Living and dead and somewhere in, what is this? Is this a new symbol? The O with a bunch of threes? No. B-E-T-W. Oh, boy. Yeah, we killed the Blair Witch. She's done. That's a wrap. I'm connected to this place and everything in it. Living and dead and somewhere in between. Okay, fine. Please help me find him. I'll do anything. I require no payment besides the satisfaction of reuniting a family. Whenever you're ready. And then I think this is Liam. Is that blue? That looks like blue font. So that's Liam. T-O-M-O-R-R-O-W. Tomorrow. Tomorrow night. He went in willingly, everybody. He went in willingly. And we have our answer. We know who he's been speaking to. Carver. Which means tip line, Rosemary, Carver. Here we go. Rosemary. Wow. Rosemary's already responded. How is this possible? She's so quick. She's so fast.
Carver? Liam was talking with someone who called themselves Carver. I recognize the name. Something like 20 years ago, a boy was taken into the forest Or maybe he wandered in. I don't know. When they sent people out to look for him, they found all kinds of strange carvings on the trunks of trees. People in town started to call whoever left those markings the Carver, and the name stuck. God, I wish Jess were here. Or that I could get her on the phone for more than 5 minutes. She never understood why I stayed in this town. I guess I understand where she was coming from. Whoever this complete and utter son of a bitch may be, we're clearly dealing with someone twisted. I mean, who knows what he's done to Liam, or what he could still be doing. No. If I think about that, I'm gonna lose it. You know what? This will help us get the search parties going again. Sheriff Lanning has a personal stake in this now. When his uncle was sheriff in the 90s, he oversaw the Carver case. I'm going to call Lanning's office right now, and then we're going to round up anyone who will follow me into the forest. I'm going to go back in there, and I'm going to find Carver. And when I do, I'm going to make him feel the same misery and pain that he's put my family through.
Uh-oh. And there you go. That's the end of episode 2 of season 1 of the Blair Witch game from Hunt a Killer. Okay. What am I doing, everybody? What am I doing? What should I do? All right. I think... What do I think? Thank you, Maggie. Yeah, the voice actress, yeah, she really is great. Yeah. It's funny. So I scripted that. I think it went through some changes from what memory dictates. But I do recall writing that, a kid went missing in the 90s, or maybe he walked in, or he was abducted, or maybe he walked in. When I wrote that, it was because I could not remember what happened in the game. But I then I looked it up, but I still just liked the line. Nail, nail, or Liam. This figure with the carving thing on it that says Liam going vertically down. The 3 circles, the box, the G is an A, and that's an M. Liam. Pretty cool. Anyway. All right. Let me see here. What do I want to do, everybody? What do I want to do? Give me a minute. I think I'm going to keep going. Because, again, most of this is dictated by a ticking clock, And the clock is ticking. I had a call. It got moved. I think I'm going to keep going. So, give me just a minute. I'm going to put on some sounds of nature again. Let's see here. Copyright free nature. Let's go to the woods. And, what? This is music. Copyright free forest. All right, enjoy this for a moment. I will be right back. All right. I am back. I had not stood up and stretched my legs that entire time. Sometimes it's nice to take a little break, if you know what I mean. Stretched out. I'm limber, but am I mentally limber? Can we solve episode 3? The answer may surprise you. I don't know. So here we go. This, I believe, should be episode 3, and it is. Boom. Episode 3, we've got several additional items in this box compared to episode 2. Let's see what we are getting ourselves into. And theoretically, if I can complete this, we will be a quarter of the way through the entire existence of the Hunt-A-Killer Blair Witch game. All right. Let's see here. You can see I'm taking this seriously. I've been streaming for 4 hours. This is about to be the longest stream I think I have ever done. Come on. Come on. Some of these things have been stuck in here for so long. Ugh, they're a risk. Turning into dust. Turning into powder. There we go. Is that everything? That appears to be everything. Yep. Okay. Whew. Here we go. Episode 3. Oh, God. All right. Here we go. There we go. Everything's a little dustier for some reason this time. I don't know why. As per usual, we open with our contact letter from Rosemary. Here we go. Detective, the tide is turning. The search parties have resumed, and I know I have you to thank. When Sheriff Lanning decided to end them a few months back, I told him he was wrong to stop looking, and now he's finally admitted that he made the wrong call. If we'd been searching for all this time, I'm sure we would have already found Liam by now, but I'm not going to allow myself to get wrapped up thinking about all that wasted time when there's this much work to do. Despite the setbacks and challenges, we're still making good progress. Great progress, actually. We found some more of Liam's things. I swear we'd searched by the old creek a dozen times already, but when I heard one of his volunteers shout, I went running over, and there they were. I recognized his handwriting immediately. He was there, at some point. Looks like he was trying to hide some trouble he got into at school. That poor boy was going through so much, and I never even knew about half of it. There were other things we found sitting right alongside the papers of his that made no sense at all. Anthony recognized a book that went missing from the museum less than a week ago. How could that have possibly been with the rest of Liam's belongings? There was another thing we found out there, too. Something I wish I hadn't. A message from Carver. It was addressed to me. In that note, he mentions taking something else, as if he hasn't already taken enough. There's no denying it's been taxing, and not just for me, either. For a lot of the folks here in Burkittsville, this isn't their first search party, not by a long shot. Most people refuse to set foot into the forest, and the ones who are willing to head inside usually end up turning their own paranoia into a self-fulfilling prophecy. Take a look at the search party reports, and you'll see what I mean. People let their eyes play tricks on them out there. The blame for that doesn't rest entirely on them. The geography of this place is admittedly pretty confusing. HUD always used to say the forest had a mind of its own, and I'm only now starting to really understand what he meant. It'd be foolish to expect the woods to stay the same over time, but you'd think by now we'd have at least a few more sections committed to memory. No, somehow it always feels like you're walking into the unknown. Tank has been a huge help, though. Even when I think we've reached a dead end, that dog is urging us forward, toward my son and the man who took him away from me. What Carver wrote to me makes my blood boil every time I so much as think about it. That arrogant son of a bitch thinks that he can tear my life away from me and rub it in my face. But maybe this is him becoming overly confident. Maybe, from what I understand, criminals tend to do that just before they get caught. Maybe if we find out exactly what he's planning on doing next, we can set some sort of trap for him, or at least prevent whatever it is that he's going to try to do. If you're able to find out what it is that Carver wants, let me know using the tip line. The address is kentcase.com. The current password is branches12. He's still out there. I can feel it. Rosemary. And now let's go ahead and see the latest. So what is it? Branches 12? Branches 12. And we're in. All right. Let's see what the latest from Rosemary is, right? And then we will mosey on into the woods. Here we go. Sometimes I feel like these posts are the only thing I can really control. It's easy to give up when you feel weak and frustrated about the things you can't do. I know my son is out there. I know I can find him and bring him home. The nightmares don't end. Can't sleep for more than a couple hours at a time. They're always the same. Always about Liam, about the forest. I see his silhouette through the trees and I feel loneliness. I know is his as much as it is mine. We're so close to finding him. I trust that more than anything. Anthony's been as great a help as ever, and the detective I hired is making progress. All I have to do is get the rest of the town to help. This is a numbers game. That's all. When Liam was a kid, he made me a necklace out of beads with the word mommy on it. He was so shy about giving it to me, but when he did, I could tell how excited he was. He said, "I made this about you. Not for you, but about you." That always stuck with me. It felt that even at a young age, he knew who I was, just like I knew him. The necklace is still in my jewelry box, and it still feels brand new when I look at it. It still feels like he trusts me when I hold it. I was finally able to convince some people to join me in looking for Liam. Though we didn't really find anything, I'm still grateful to those for all those who came with me. It was my first time going that deep into the woods since Hud passed. Between that and the dreams I've been having, I didn't want to go alone. Some folks complained about hearing things following us or calling to us, but when we went in, I couldn't hear anything. No birds, no squirrels, just us. Another search party goes out tomorrow. I should try to get some sleep before then. Nobody believes me, but I swear that I saw 2 figures through the tree line during today's search. They were standing far away, and it was only for a moment, and there was nobody there when I ran over to where I had seen them. I kept calling out his name and hearing my own voice echo back, like I was mocking myself. The rest of the party damn near dragged me out of the woods when sunset came. Sarah Schroeder has started a petition to keep everyone out of the forest. If she thinks it's going to stop the search parties, she's going to be sorely disappointed. Why is someone trying to stop it? Come on now. All right, we got more stuff. A photo. Oh, are these some of the things that were found? Maybe I have some of these things in front of me right now. I guess these were found in the forest. Oops. Download. And more of the social media stuff. I'll download this too. Rosemary posted, "Grateful for the search party. I know that I've had some choice words for certain members of this forum in the past regarding their salacious attitudes toward the open investigation into the disappearance of my son, but I would like to thank each and every one of you who joined the search party for Liam this afternoon. While we hit a number of snags along the way, the volunteer turnout was the highest that it's been in months. I know deep down that we've been making amazing progress in tracking Liam's movements. I know he's out there, and your help searching for him means a lot to me. If you could all encourage more people to join us, I know we will find something. Thank you again." Anthony, "Anytime. It was my pleasure to help. I'll see if I can round up anyone from the museum for the next party." Sarah Schroeder, here she comes. Schroed the chode. "A few snags. No offense, hun, but the whole thing was a disaster. People were hurt. Frankly, we're lucky that nobody died." Norman, "Did anyone else notice the weather change when we all entered the forest? It was nice and sunny before we went in there. Then all of a sudden the sky got darker, the wind got heavier, and the air got so cold that I couldn't feel my fingers. My old bones just couldn't hold up to those conditions. That's why I had to leave so early." Harriet, "I have interpreted the murmuring of the forest. She wants us to stay out." Andrea, "That was just the trees blocking the sun. You're being irrational." Alexander Johnson, "I didn't notice any changes in the weather, but I heard something coming toward us. When I turned around, there was nothing there." Elliot, "Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be joining the next search party. We got lost more than a few times, and I'm not willing to risk dying out there of thirst or exposure or whatever else it is that kills people in the woods." Andrea, "We certainly got turned around quite a few times, but I don't think there was ever anything to worry about. After all, what better time is there to get lost than when there's already a search party dispatched nearby?" Sarah, As head of the Neighborhood Watch, I have sworn to act in the interest of the greater good of this community. That is why, after a long period of careful thought, I'm launching a petition for the sheriff to call off any further search parties into the Black Hills Forest. There have simply been too many alarming reports coming from those search parties. I've been able to put up with them until now, but people have started to be hurt out there. Until we evaluate and understand those occurrences as a group, we need to give the forest a wide berth. I will be going around to each household to ask that you sign my petition, and I plan to pass the signatures on to the sheriff's office so that this can be set in stone. Rosemary, I know you have been searching tirelessly for your son there, and you have my deepest sympathies, but we keep putting ourselves in danger. I apologize for leaving the search party early this past weekend. However, being in those woods doesn't sit right with me anymore after what happened to Kristen. What happened to Kristen? Kristen? Anthony. Feel free to visit his office, Sarah. I'll have you know that. While Saturday may have been a bit rocky, we managed to discover a number of Liam's possessions in the forest today. Liam is still out there, and we're getting closer to finding him. Do I understand your fear? Yes. In fact, I share it. But at the end of the day, I care about that kid, and that's what matters. Hell yeah. Way to go, Anthony. All right, so on to the clues and stuff, I guess. Here we go. All right. So we want to know what Carver wants or what he plans to do or something. Here we go. I've got the Burkittsville Sheriff's Office. I think I remember what this is. Yeah, these are like events that occurred during this search here. All right. Oh boy, everybody. All right, it's story time. Get ready for story time. Here we go. Deputy Dwight Weathers. Yeah, Dwight. So it wasn't just Deputy Weathers, it's Deputy Dwight Weathers. This is a Scream reference. This may have been me. Expedition was scheduled to begin at exactly 0900 hours on Sunday, beginning near the History Museum where Liam Kent's possessions were discovered, and branching out into the Black Hills Forest, which borders on the back end of the building. In total, 32 civilian volunteers arrived before we split off into groups. I led a group of 11 individuals into the Black Hills Forest. My group headed due north and stuck to that direction for the entirety of the day. I ordered the volunteers to arrange themselves in a single row, leaving 6-foot gaps between each individual for optimal coverage of the forest floor, and I urged each person to proceed with a clear head and their full attention. Less than 20 minutes into the search, several volunteers began to ask questions about the Blair Witch. In accordance with Sheriff Lanning's orders, I forbade discussion of such incendiary topics. We covered ground efficiently, discovering nothing but naturally occurring debris. At one point, one civilian insisted there was smoke visible in the distance, although I saw nothing of the sort when they attempted to point the smoke out to me. Throughout this process, several volunteers sustained minor injuries, including one twisted ankle and several small scratches from nearby thorn bushes. By 10:30, several of my assignees requested to return to town, citing fatigue, although I believe they were afraid to continue much deeper into the forest. At this point, we had reached a dense area where not much sunlight penetrated the canopy of trees above us, and the temperature dropped by at least 10 degrees to an uncomfortable chill. My efforts to dissuade the volunteers from leaving proved fruitless, and 5 members of my team ventured back, intending to use the markers we had been leaving throughout the forest as guides. The remaining 7 of us soldiered on. I allowed my volunteers to break for lunch in a small hollow at 1200 hours. At this point, I could sense morale was especially low, and while I blamed the general lack of wilderness preparation, 2 of my volunteers wore dress shoes, I nevertheless did my level best to offer comfort. It was during this break, at around 12:15, that my group heard the sound of a woman screaming. It was difficult to determine the precise direction from which the scream had come, as the sound echoed through the clearing and seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously. At the time, I attempted to radio my fellow officers to better triangulate the sound, but my device malfunctioned at that moment and would emit only a crackling static. I directed my 6 volunteers to remain in the hollow while I attempted to track down the source of the screams, leaving markers to trace the path I took through the forest. Throughout this time, my radio continued to malfunction. After nearly 30 minutes of searching, I came to the conclusion that the best course of action would be to regroup and to pursue the noise only once I had adequate technology and backup. When I attempted to return, I failed to locate any of the trail markers that I had left behind me. I was later debriefed that a number of Officer Howard's volunteers' team sustained a severe compound fracture. A member of Officer Howard's volunteer team sustained a severe compound fracture, amongst other injuries. I assumed that this noise must have carried to the clearing. Woo! What a rush. It took me almost 3 hours to find my way back to the Hollow and my 6 volunteers, who were in the middle of a screaming fight with one another about how best to proceed, had I abandoned them, or if some terrible fate had befallen me. I de-escalated the situation and directed us to head back south to our original meeting point. The trail markers we had used to mark our northern journey appeared to be untouched. However, minutes into our trek south, at precisely 15:58, we began to discover symbols carved into the trunks of the trees we had marked. While most of the symbols were inscrutable to me, some appeared to be humanoid in shape. I would have taken photographs of them, but I realized I did not have my camera with me, and that I must have left it at the Hollow. At this point, I lost control of my team. I attempted to regain control of the situation and instill an air of calm, but this effort was defeated by one volunteer who began frantically claiming she saw someone watching us through the trees. Neither I nor the other 5 volunteers saw what she had seen, but nevertheless, we proceeded south on high alert. My party exited the woods just before nightfall at 17:22. This now from Officer Michelle Howard. I connected with my 11 volunteers at 0900 on the dot and established our manner of approach. Should anyone come across any personal effects or sign of human activity in the forest, they were to immediately notify me. Several members of my group expressed concern with venturing into the Black Hills forest, and I did my best to calm their nerves despite being slightly on edge myself. Deputy Weathers was already on site and did little to ease the tension. I confirmed that each person was equipped with adequate supplies: whistles to get my attention, bottles of water, visibility vests, flashlights, evidence bags, and flags to mark any places of discovery or interest. We established the back of the Natural History Museum as our starting point and headed east from there. Did I say Natural History Museum? They started in New York. Our group progressed for about an hour, eventually coming to the creek that had already been the subject of several prior searches for Liam Kent. It was when we attempted to pass over this creek at approximately 10:05, I don't know how you read military time when it's 10:05, that an injury occurred. One volunteer slipped down a steep embankment, falling into the creek itself. I was able to recover her, but it was immediately clear that she had become gravely injured. Several inches of the bone of her right forearm was exposed, and she was bleeding heavily from a long gash in her head. So that was at 10:05. When did the other people hear the scream? The group heard a scream at 12:15. So 2 hours later is when the scream was heard, or a scream was heard. Okay. I dressed the volunteers' injuries as best I could with the medical supplies I had on hand and attempted to radio for medical backup, but my radio began to malfunction. Several of my volunteers attempted to call medical services from their phones, but none of them were able to get a signal that far into the forest. As I was reluctant to split up my group for fear of individuals becoming lost, I felt there was no option but to attempt to escort the volunteer back to our meeting point on foot and contact medical services from the radio in my vehicle. The injured volunteer became groggy and unfocused at this point, mumbling nonsensical phrases under her breath. Myself and another volunteer carried her, doing our best to help her maintain consciousness. After walking back west for about a half hour, my group came across a small hollow. The injured volunteer expressed the desire to sit and rest for a time, and I obliged her. It was in this hollow that I discovered a camera, which I recognized as property of the sheriff's office. I realized that another group of volunteers must have left it behind accidentally. My group rested for about 20 minutes before pressing onward. After another 20 minutes of walking back toward our meeting point, I realized the sun appeared to be near setting, even though it was not yet 1200 noon, according to my clock. The injured volunteer began to groan and talk about becoming condemned to the forest. I urged my group to push onward. After another 10 minutes, we emerged from the forest back... Whoa. That was my body rebelling against doing this much talking. Bah. After another 10 minutes, we emerged from the forest back at our original meeting point at the History Museum, running into Deputy Weathers' group. I was finally able to radio medical services. The display on my watch was 17:24. So time is out of order, I suppose. I think this is the final page of the search party reports. There we go. Let's see if we get more contradictions. Officer Gail Cooper. So that's a Dale Cooper reference and a Gale Weathers reference, and you get it. Here we go. Scream and Twin Peaks and Blair Witch all merged into one there. Like 3 of my favorite things of all time. Here we go. My 10 volunteers and I embarked from our rendezvous point at 0900 heading due west. About 45 minutes into our search, one volunteer shouted, drawing the group's attention to something that he had discovered. It was a dead bird. At first glance, it appeared that the bird had perhaps fallen out of its nest and landed at the base of a tree. However, it soon became clear that someone had mutilated the animal. The bones of its wings had been removed and jammed into its own eye sockets. The volunteer claimed he followed the sound of a crying animal to that spot, but he must have been mistaken, because this bird had clearly been dead for a long time, judging by its smell. I convinced him to move along. After that, I could tell that a number of my team members had a hard time focusing. Hoping to calm down my group, I called for an early lunch break at 1100. Rosemary Kent, who was one of my group's members, had brought some sandwiches from the diner, and my team took a half hour to eat and regain some energy in a small hollow before pressing onward. Still following my compass west, I led my group until we came upon a creek. This was strange, as I had been certain that the only creek in the immediate area was the one east of the History Museum, which we had searched many times before. Nevertheless, I directed my party to scan the creek and surrounding woods. Minutes into our scan of the area, at approximately 11:52, we found Liam Kent's belongings. I asked my volunteers not to touch anything, and I took photos of the scene. I marked the location in case we need to come back for a more thorough search of the area. I then attempted to radio the news of my discovery out to the other groups, but found that my device was malfunctioning. Although Rosemary Kent urged me to press onward, I decided that it was more important to enter the items we had already found into evidence. Additionally, I could not in good conscience allow the group further into the woods without a reliable radio. We began to follow our compass back east to our initial rendezvous point. Within minutes, we encountered 5 members of Deputy Weathers' team, who informed us that they had decided to leave the search early, but had become lost in the woods, taking almost 3 hours to make a trip that should have taken half as long. Despite having followed the trail markers they initially set out due south, they must have wandered off course and found my group's trail markers instead. We walked east for another hour until we reached the rendezvous point. Despite the fact that we had spent at least 4 hours in the forest, the sun appeared not to have barely left its position at all. I checked my watch and discovered that it was 9:55, and that less than an hour appeared to have passed since we first embarked. Once we process Liam's things, I highly recommend that we get them released to the mother of the missing boy as soon as possible. I think that would mean a lot to her. Lots of shenanigans in the woods, people getting lost, people walking in loops, people being in the same place at contradictory times as each other. I don't know. We'll see if that contributes to the mystery of the episode. Burkittsville History Museum Incident Report reported by Anthony Rapinoe. I know this incident has already been deemed unworthy of report, but I need it on the record. Over the past several days, I have been finding the museum's one copy of Witches and Other Warnings where it shouldn't be. At first, it was on the floor near its shelf, where it easily could have fallen if not shelved correctly. A few hours after I put it back, however, I found it on the floor of my office, then on top of my desk. Each time it's shown up out of place, I've reshelved it in its proper position. Just now, when I stepped away from my desk for less than a minute, I came back to find it on my desk and opened to a poem about the towering man. I have no idea who could be moving it. We've seen very little foot traffic in the past few days, and none whatsoever today. No matter how you look at the situation, we've got one of 3 things on our hands: a carbon monoxide leak, a truly masterful prankster, or a case of supernatural interference. Another update. I just looked up from writing the report, and the book is gone. I'm closing the place up early today. Okay. That book that seemed to be teleporting around the History Museum is in my hand. Of Witches and Other Warnings. Histories of Local Monsters and Mysteries. Edited by Anthony Rapinoe. That's funny. Oh, and right in the middle is the Towering Man. Fun. Fun enough that I think these are going to have really nice designs. I'm going to pull them up on the screen, in fact. Okay. Search Party Reports cover. Here we go. Hold on. There we go. There we go. And here. Of Witches and Other Warnings. Isn't that beautiful? All right, here we go. Of Witches and Other Warnings. Histories of Local Monsters and Mysteries. Preface. As a lifelong resident of Burkittsville, Maryland, I sometimes have a difficult time describing the undeniable strangeness and power of this remote place to outsiders. There have been many people, both locals and tourists, who call those who believe there to be a kernel of truth in the region's legends crazy or paranoid. However, I contest that it is not uncommon for places with grim and storied histories to take on a certain life of their own. If any place on this earth is alive, it's this one. And if these stories prove anything, it's that I'm hardly the first person to think so. In the following pages, I have compiled a number of tales and poems that have been passed down throughout the years, all centering around the strange creatures that have been sighted in the area surrounding Burkittsville, formerly Blair, and the nearby Black Hills Forest. I've included a short introduction to each of these tales, contextualizing the material. I have also taken the liberty of modernizing some of the language utilized in older accounts for the benefit of the contemporary reader. Without further ado, I present to you a series of tales that will hopefully open your eyes to the unseen. Anthony Rapinoe. 1. The Hairy Woman. Behold, the Hairy Woman. There are contradicting stories as to whether this particular figure is actually the fabled Blair Witch herself or merely one of the many unfortunate souls who is in the thrall to her, part of the scores of undying wraiths who have been cursed to do her bidding as they roam the woods in perpetuity. While I was unable to gain a consensus upon the hairy woman's identity, I have found dozens of stories about sighting her, which mostly take place throughout the early to mid-20th century. In most of these stories, the woman typically appears at the edge of the woods, waving her hand in an apparent attempt to beckon witnesses closer. She often stays at a distance, close enough for people to spot the hair covering her body, but far enough away that they cannot discern the features of her face. Below, I have included the account of a young roofer named Timothy O'Leary. Timothy's family moved to Burkittsville in the summer of 1921 when he was just 17 years old. Within months, he had taken up carpentry and other handiwork along his older brother Peter. This account was originally related to his granddaughter and transcribed in 1973. Now, this is certainly a reference to what Mary Brown says in the Blair Witch Project when she describes seeing the witch as a woman covered in hair. I saw the hairy woman. This was in the summer of 1924 when my brother Peter and I were working on renovating the church. You see, the pastor had recently died, and the poor man had gone a bit odd in the head in his final years and had let the place fall into total disrepair. His replacement hired us to do all kinds of work, rebuilding rotten pews, wiping grime off the stained glass. The woods themselves had even started to grow over the cemetery, although that was mighty quick for a wood to grow. So the majority of our time was actually spent cutting down trees whose roots had started to climb over the cemetery fence and encircle the headstones. We prioritized the roof, though, seeing as the damn thing was full of holes. I remember it was a particularly hot day, but we were determined to finish as much of the roof as we could before the sun set. Toward the end of the day, I noticed a figure on the ground below us, and, to be honest, I thought it was our mother, coming to offer us a pitcher of lemonade. I looked down at her, but she didn't look like anyone I knew. I couldn't see her face because she was under this dark veil. I turned to my brother to ask if he recognized her, but when he looked, he didn't see anyone down there. When I looked again, neither did I. At first, I thought nothing of it. I certainly didn't put much stock in any of the stories of witchcraft I'd heard, so I went back to work, bent over the hole in the roof. But soon an eerie feeling came over me. I felt a prickling at the back of my neck. I looked, and there in the bell tower, right where the bell should have been, was the hairy woman. I didn't scream, because my breath was caught in my lungs. The hairy woman was right there, less than 10 feet from me, and I could see that she looked just like the stories said. She was covered entirely in fur, but not like the fur of a dog. It was more short and thick, like a horse's coat. Her dress was entirely black, and she wore a veil that covered her face. The hairy woman's feet did not touch the roof, or the shelf, or any part of the bell tower. She hung in midair, and lifted her hand out to me as if she expected me to take it. It was only then that I screamed. I turned to run, but slipped, having forgotten my position on the canted roof. Thank the Lord for Peter, because he reached a hand out and caught me. If it weren't for him, I would have fallen directly onto the wrought iron fence that wrapped around the cemetery. He asked if I was all right, but all I could do was point. When we looked back at the bell tower, she was gone. Cool. And then this is, I guess, what did we just read about the towering man? The importance of the towering man. I don't know. Here we go. The story of the towering man stretches back to at least the 1940s, and perhaps even beyond that, and has appeared in several formats. Tales of the towering man commonly describe a ghastly figure lurking in the Black Hills forest. This figure is tall despite being hunched over, and possesses long limbs. Occasionally, he's described as having a beard that is either full of broken twigs or made of twigs, and having skin made of tree bark. Many tales describe him as the ghost of an executed child killer. Locally born artist Dolores Dahl Davenport's interpretation of the towering man. Very cool. So they're insinuating that people assumed this was the sort of like ghost, wraith, or something of Rustin Parr. Right? Right. Many tales describe him as the ghost of an executed child killer. That's wild. And then we've got a part of a something here that I do not know yet. WSYLM. All right. This particular tale of the towering man was a rhyme that gained traction with local school children from the late 50s and continued to circulate into the early 80s, and was recollected to me by lifelong Burkittsville resident Harriet Gillard. Beware, beware the towering man, for lure and catch and kill he can. He lurks so deep within the wood, you'll have no worries if you're good. But if you venture far from home, if deep into the woods you roam, you'll see what seems a moving tree. Coming toward you, that is he. On children naughty, glum, or mean, in their demeanor he is keen. He draws them in with clever tricks, then snaps their neck like brittle sticks. Best keep your eyes upon the path, unless you want to taste his wrath. For stuffing children in a sack, the man was stretched upon a rack. His final words he yelled so loud, I hope my deeds have made her proud. His mischief is that old Blair Witch, who turned his heart as black as pitch, tore off his skin, wrapped him in bark, and gave him powers in the dark. Oh, gave him powers of the dark. This is awesome. The towering man you cannot fight. Your only hope? Stay in the light. This is a fantastic poem. I did not write this. I cannot take credit for this. Wonderful. And more of whatever this secret message is. Editor's note. A photograph taken by a Burkittsville local who wishes to remain anonymous. It's cool. The lights. While most of the tales I've encountered seem primarily concerned with the woods, with figures such as the Blair Witch and the tangled web of her many victims and servants, this legend seems to cite something more ephemeral. The so-called lights, occasionally witnessed in Burkittsville's woods, have been reported only a handful of times over the past several centuries. However, I found them important to include for that very reason. The rarity of these sightings makes them all the more crucial to evaluate and preserve. The following poem was written by William Robertson. Robertson was a renowned Boston-born poet who came to live in Burkittsville over the winter of 1827 to spend time with his ailing cousin and complete the manuscript of a book of original poetry. Unfortunately, that book never saw the light of day. as Robertson succumbed to a medical condition that was likely dementia shortly after leaving Burkittsville and returning to Boston. He was relegated to a sanatorium until his death. While his various written works survived him for quite some time, much of Robertson's material was lost during a recent fire in the Burkittsville History Museum. This is his account of the lights. I hypothesize that he wrote this piece after being issued a warning about the lights by his cousin, or another concerned Burkittsville citizen. It's the strange white light in the night, the warning that things are far from right. Whether fire glow or something more, best stay inside and shut your door. Even if things seem like they're spinning about, steel yourself and don't go out. Simply close your eyes and hold on tight, and pray that you escape the light. Interesting. So, the Towering Man feels to me like an explanation or justification of the monster figure at the end of Blair Witch 2016 and the monsters that you fight in the Blair Witch video game. Either way, fantastic, and I love the poem. The lights, I think, is a reference to the weird light that appears in the 2016 movie. It is funny, though, to me, the idea of, like, you defeat the Towering Man by staying in the light, and then hear the lights, pray that you escape the light. It's almost like, there's nothing good in the Witch's Woods. The light, the dark, it's all dangerous to you. The Pale Thing. This might be a more overt reference to the thing in the 2016 movie. The Pale Thing. Hell yeah. Illustration by Giovanni Rapino. Ooh. And I gotta wrap this up. I'm starting to collapse here. I now come to one of Burkittsville's most enigmatic figures. It is known by many names, though perhaps the most common of these is the Pale Thing. This particular recollection of the Pale Thing is particularly close to my heart, as it comes from none other than a family member of mine. Giovanni Rapino moved to Maryland to work at a local sawmill shortly after he immigrated to the United States in 1949, and would often regale me with tales of the strange and unusual sights he saw while spending his days working in the Black Hills Forest. My grandfather remains alive to this day, but has since moved on from Maryland to a retirement community in Miami. I had him mail me a written recollection of his encounter, as email sometimes proves too difficult for him to handle, and have transcribed his account here. I leave you with this tale, which has always fascinated me the most out of all my grandfather's stories due to the cryptic nature of the message that he received from none other than the Pale Thing itself. It was nighttime, like it is in many stories about the Pale Thing. I had stepped out for a bit of fresh air before I turned in for the night. That was when I glimpsed a figure that has haunted my dreams ever since. It was off in the distance, but I could see it in the dark due to its near luminescent coloring. It was bright white, maggot white. Wow, second use of describing the color white as maggot-like. Interesting. It was bright white, maggot white, wearing no clothes, and doing exactly what the stories said it would, dashing silently through the grass. It was coming from town, headed in the direction of the woods, with, I thought, the fervor of an animal pursuing its prey. Long, loping strides drew it away from Burkittsville, but it slowed just before it reached the edge of the woods. The figure turned to look at me, and even at that distance I could clearly see it had no facial features to speak of. I could see nothing but a smooth canvas of skin, putrid and pale, where its face should have been. And then, without a mouth, it spoke a single phrase to me, one it should have been impossible to hear at such a distance, and yet I heard it. I heard it, as if the words were whispered right into my ear, as if that pale thing was standing right behind me. I flinched and turned around, but of course there was nothing behind me. When I looked back at the woods, the pale thing was gone, but I will never forget that shape, and I will never forget what it whispered to me. We're not finished yet. Cool. Oh, that's the end of that book. Wow. All right, well, we just read a whole goddamn book. Well, pamphlet, really. Oh, I won't lie. I was hoping to barge it and complete this episode. But I gotta tell you, I think I'm starting to lose my voice. I think I have reached the limit. I think I have reached the limit of what I am able to stream. and talk about. I am going to call it. I'm going to call it now. We've made it about 2.5 episodes into a 12-episode game. And at that pace, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do all 12 episodes by the end of the year. Regardless, while I pause here, if I do another stream, we'll be picking up with the contents of the folder found in the woods. The things that Rosemary found from renewing the search parties. Liam's South Woodland Academy folder, which has several papers in it that I think will lead to the answers in this story. But we've gotten a ton of lore. And it's been very, very fun. So I want to thank you all for hanging out with me. For the few of you who remain here at the end, what a marathon. It's fun to finally take a look at this stuff that I've frankly been a little nervous to look back at and find that I really, really like it. And I'm very proud of this work. Thank you. Perhaps more soon. And I'll see you in the future, everybody. Thank you. Have a great weekend. And goodbye.